on YouTube, start on Twitch, and hope nothing implodes. Also, take this link. And I guess I'll send it to the All the Mods Discord. Because I'm allowed to actually promote my shit up there. I don't want to accidentally ping them. I almost accidentally typed at everyone into this message. Alright, there we go. That's what we want. Alright, so welcome back to All the Mods 10. I wasn't streaming. I didn't stream a couple days ago because I was just tired. And I don't know, I think it has to do with, like, me waking up earlier on certain days because I've started jogging very early in the morning because it's summer and it's once again in the 90s in the Chicago area. So it's like the only time that's ideal to be outside is very early in the morning when the sun has just broken through the horizon. It's the only time when it's ideal. So I can get in my jogging, and then I can go get, like, lemonade from Chick-fil-A. And then I can come back here, where my room is fully air-conditioned. So I've got my clipboard here, and it's actually, the page isn't completely filled out. Because, honestly, we only have a couple days left before we break day 200. So I don't have a huge amount of things I want to do this stream. Because I think, like, every 100 days, I just want to... I don't know, it's just, like... At the end of 200 days, what are we even going to accomplish? I have no idea how close we even are to making the star. There's, like, some things that I was digging through the quest book for, because I just wanted to kind of figure out, I wanted to have, like, a certain idea of how much I needed for everything. And there's, like, all this, I guess, like, this quest book really does kind of explain everything. It does kind of show you every single block that's required to do anything related to All the Mods star. Which, when I found out, I went on Reddit, and decided to look into, hey, how much does it take to automate the All the Mods star? And people were like, yeah, you need to make this thing like maybe 18 times or so. And I was just like, well, that sounds like complete AIDS. So I don't know if I'll get to the point where I completely automate this, but I feel like I want to make this item once. Let's start by making this item once. Let's not think that far ahead, because there seem to be two ways to make this thing. There's this thing, which take that, sea prism, but then you also need shards anyway. Because I think it's like, at that point, you're meant to have bees. You're meant to have bees do all the work for you, which I don't think we're gonna get to bees this stream either. Because I think there's a bunch of other stuff that I'd rather do. Which is like more excuses. Oh, when did you get here? It's like more excuses not to touch bees. More excuses not to mess with them. It's like, I actually did go and look at videos about bees. And I kind of understand what you have to do to get started with bees. Which, I think, like, the first thing I want to do, and maybe to kind of act as, like, a teaser for what I'll do in the future with this, if we fly over here, there were loot chests that had bee cages inside them, and I never bothered to pick them up, because I was just like, well, I don't really care about bees right now. But it turns out that there are two bee cages that you can make in this game. There's the bee cages that you can craft, and then the ones that you find in villages. Which, apparently, the ones you find in villages, they break, or the ones you craft, they break after one use. So, you're meant to come to villages and kind of collect them here. Okay, there was just a netherite chestplate sitting there. I completely forgot, the loot is all scaled to be, like, super powerful, because we live in a world like that. We live in a society where all the best gear can be acquired from these chests. Recall scroll, topaz. That's not what I'm looking for. I didn't bother to check this upper floor. I think, like, I also want to try and get into iron spells as well. And it's, like, not just for the All the Mods star, but maybe look into it just for... Just to see what kind of magic we can cast. Just to see what kind of spells we can kind of wield. Also, is the stream already getting whack? Is the stream already buffering? Why? Why is that happening? Oh, wow, that's actually really bad. Wait. Yeah, that was actually a really bad one. I think it's fine now. Let me know if it's not. Yeah, now it's giving me the message like, hey, there's a problem with the stream again. See, it's like, this never happened when we first started using this new internet service that I got, which was like, it was partially for my tech support job from a while back. And a while back, but when I say a while back, I mean a year and a half ago. Well, actually, not a year and a half ago. It's gonna be almost a year since I left that position. Because when I started streaming, once I left that position, I realized, like, oh, I could stream more consistently from here in my house. And that's when I started doing it. I could have sworn we had bee cages lying around in here. I think there's even chests that I have not opened in this village. I've just not bothered to open. Okay, here's some chests. Yeah, see, here's one sturdy bee cage. There's a blank runestone. There's a heat surge scroll. Which is more stuff that... There's one specific scroll that we're looking for. That we're meant to use for the Aldemod Star. And it's like a wither scroll of some kind. Never seen it, but you can craft it. There are ways to make your own spell scrolls. Alright, what's going on in here? A sapphire. I don't know what these gemstones do either. Common ink, uncommon ink. Destructive fiery pickaxe. That's fine. Just leave that in there. I guess one sturdy bee cage is perfectly suitable. Like I said, we're probably not going to get into bees this stream. Pneumatic cylinder, heat pipe. Hi, Starter Cell. Welcome back. Air compressor. More pneumatic craft stuff that I also don't care about. Yeah, I guess, like, we just need one bee cage. And I guess we can, you know, sort out the rest of it later. We can get into actual bees beyond day 200, I suppose. So, for now, what I need to do, I want to do, like, some other extra stuff. You can craft bee cages, but they're one time. Yeah, I already made that distinction earlier when I was talking to myself. So, on this to-do list, I wanted to make the induction cell, which is a very, very good way to store power. I wanted to make a new set of armor. I wanted to actually start collecting source from the mob farm using, like, the life, like, the damage. I don't know what they're called, but it's like they generate source from damaging mobs, or from mobs taking damage. I want to automate plastic. I want to also get 4 times ore smelting, which is, this setup right here is 3 times, but I want it to be 4 times, and I want a way to send ores from my ME system into the system. Into this, like, ore manufacturing process. Which, I might do it here. I don't know, I haven't used this room for anything, because it originally had a purpose for hostile neural networks. However, I moved all that stuff to a compact machine. So I don't really care. I need to use this room for something else. And then we also want seeds from the mod Powa, which, that mod has several gems that are actually used for parts of the, for like, parts that make the Aldemod Star. So I was just like, well, let's just make a bunch of them and grow them. Now, what we also need is maybe to hook this thing up to the power system. Hell, I might even make my own 64... I might make another one of these. Which, apparently, I don't have a pattern for conduits. Do I not have... encode pattern? Which, I want to say I have these. I'm surprised I'd never had this pattern. Yeah, we made, like, pattern extenders, so we have much higher capacity now. Conduit. That makes the Nether Star. Which, let me also check. How many smithing templates do I have? It takes a stack of smithing templates to make this thing. I have 357 of these. So, Nether Star. Let's make one more Nether Star generator. We'll see how fast this takes. Between streams, I actually replaced these with the 256k that were being auto-crafted. And then the extra 64k's got attached to the one in the back. So, if we look in here, these things have like 2.29 million storage and 1.64 million storage. Very, very nice. It's like these two are in the back. These are the two on the sides. This is the one in the back. Now, even then, it's not as fast as I would like it to be. Because I guess there's like this whole multi-block that you can build that's related to that kind of stuff. But I don't know anything about it. Now, what I also want to do is we should start thinking about how to get an induction cell. So we need something called lithium. We need lithium. Now, under mechanism, there should be this item, a thermal evaporation plant, which takes evaporation blocks, evaporation valves, and a thermal evaporation controller. I'm gonna need to make this. Apologies if I constantly use mechanism throughout this, if I've constantly used mechanism so much here. Do you like the back or the front? Hello? I have not tried either yet. I'll give you my answer afterwards. Alright, so I need this. Thermal evaporation, what is that? Bronze? Wait, there's bronze ingots? Or no, I think that's just a custom thing. Bronze dust. I apparently have bronze ingots in the system. I have 1 bronze ingot. Okay, I guess we should probably grow bronze. Yeah, welcome back, valid user. I think what we should do... So, bronze dust. I need copper dust. And we need to turn this into bronze dust. And then we obviously... Why the fuck did they turned around and simultaneously looked at me. I don't know. The, like, Minecraft mob AI is so, like, interesting. Because sometimes I wonder, like, why does it do that? Why do they do that? Why do mobs just, like, decide to look at you like that? I wonder how they program that. For some reason, that just gave me a lot of quests. I also noticed that... Oh, wow, that takes a lot of bronze. Okay, I've severely underestimated this. So we need more copper dust. We're gonna need to make a decent bit of this, then. So let's do that. Let's also make tin dust, which we actually were saving the entire time, because we were using them for the filter up... Not the filter upgrades. We were using them for some mechanism upgrade. Don't remember which one it was. Alright, that should be exactly what we need. Dire Fury the Manly has awoken. I'd like to meet that guy. Is it... it's not a... He's not, like, something annoying. Well, this guy's kind of annoying. Oh, shit. Where the hell did he go? Did you see my incredible achievement? I think I saw... What, is this about Greg Tech? Alright, that guy just fucked off. Whatever. This is about Greg Tech. Because I don't know what that machine is. Like, I've never played far enough into Greg Tech to know what that is. So, it's like... I assume it's like a huge achievement. Whatever kind of multi-block it is. But, I don't understand the weight of it quite, very much. Because I haven't really played... I think I mentioned in the last stream. I haven't really played many video games casually lately. It's either been for videos or for... It's either been for the streams or just, like, not at all. I've just been doing something else. Is there any Minecraft mod that has the same quality and content as Calamity? I can't think of one. Tyramity. Look that one up. I mean, it's not done, but... that mod is kind of interesting to follow. Because apparently, a lot of Terraria content and Calamity content is inside that mod. So there's, like, a mod called Tyramity that you can get for Minecraft, which I don't know what version it's for. I got around 90 hours into the run. Yeah, and it's like, what? What are you at? Like, MV? No, not MV. Is it LV? Is that like the initial... Is that the initial electricity stuff? I don't know. I don't have enough time in the day for that kind of stuff. What was I doing? I was making the evaporation chambers. No, I was also making a bronze seed. Alright, so I already have this. I'm gonna need another based seed. And we're once again gonna add more of this to the system. Oh, is that not enough? Oh, goddamn. Alright, we actually need even more than this. So, copper dust. Make me more of this. I'm also going to need a platinum hammer. Because I think this is the best hammer you can make. I'm working on the very first MV circuits right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wish you luck. I don't know. It's like, I don't have enough time to commit to that kind of stuff. Alright, so hammer. I apparently had an extra copper hammer lying around. I'll use that. And then we'll take tin ore, because we have, like, all this... We have tin ore just kind of strewn about. We should use it. Okay, so that should be enough. How's your weekend been going? So I was a bit tired. Like I think I said earlier in the stream, I think since I've started jogging multiple days a week, and I've also, like, just given up most caffeinated drinks, most if not all caffeinated drinks, I found myself a bit more tired lately. But I think it's, like, before my stream, I need to kind of, like, psych myself up. So I have to start, like, talking. I have to kind of, like, talk to myself out loud for a minute or two to kind of get myself ready for a stream. Stream lagging? Is it lagging again? Did it seriously lag again? I really am never going to discover what the problem is there. Why does that happen? Are we good? I'm trying to pinpoint when exactly this kind of stuff started happening. Reloading the page constantly fixes it? Well, it's more like I look at OBS and it's showing me like the bits per second, and it suddenly like becomes really, really low, and I don't know why. But it's a little annoying. Oh well. Yeah, sorry about that. I think that's something on my end. I didn't know I was delayed. I'm back. Okay, try this again. Yeah, sorry about that. It's not healthy for the streaming experience if it continues to behave that way. Because, like, even before, like, the only other person that's probably using the internet in my house is my mom. And now my sister. But even before my sister came back, we were having this problem anyway. I tasted coffee again today. And did it make you want more coffee? Because last time, the first and last time I had coffee, I was just like, nah, I'm never drinking this again. I got reminded why I don't. Okay, you're another coffee hater. I don't like coffee either. I'm not a huge fan of coffee either. I don't know, it's like maybe I gotta add sugar to it. Maybe that's my weakness if I want more of that. But again, I've given up most caffeinated drinks. Most if not all. It's more like I don't keep a case of Coca-Cola in my fridge constantly anymore. If I ever get any sort of Coca-Cola or Sprite or anything like that, it'll probably be outside if I ever go out to eat. Always too bitter, not even the good kind, or it's too sweet, never right. Oh, yeah. I don't like the bitter taste of coffee. I think it's kind of nasty. All right, so now that we have bronze, now we can start properly working on evaporation chambers. I guess, like, what we can do, we can take the extra bronze that we have and just kind of break this down again. Because we can use what we have to maybe make a couple of these. So let's make an evaporation chamber. So we need the controller, which will take some of these blocks. We need a superheating element, which takes steel casing, which, honestly, we probably should automate this. Okay, but recently it's been less and less appealing. I used to drink Coke religiously. Yeah, last week I was kind of like that as well. But, I think I need to... It's been less and less appealing. Yeah, I feel that as well. I've kind of given up that... I've kind of given it up, too. Because I think it's like, there is such thing as too much of something. I don't even know if I call it a good thing. So, steel casing. We need a superheating element. And then we need an evaporation casing block. And like I said, we have so much more crafting storage, or so much more storage for recipes. We didn't have to worry about this kind of stuff anytime soon. How's the, did that finish? Alright, cool, we have another nether star generator. We have some delicious fresh fruit in our country, not your kind of fresh. Not the shitty American kind of fresh. No, like proper fresh, I imagine. Alright, so let me take evaporation. We'll make 40 of these. I don't really know how many of these we'll need, but we'll make like 40. Fresh like it was picked a couple days ago. That's pretty nice. That does sound pretty nice. Now we'll need the evaporation controller. And then there was one other block that we needed. What was it? It was an evaporation valve. So make one of these. Okay. 2 goated fruits right there. Mango juice, pineapple and mango. Yeah, it's like, I think like I rate fruit on their taste and also their convenience of edibility. So it's like pineapples, you have to cut them up to get to like, well, pineapple is good. It's just like, it's a little less convenient. Like grapes are probably the most convenient fruit you can eat. Pears? Yeah, pears are fun. I like grapes, and I like... What's the other one I was thinking? Strawberries. I don't know, they're just easy to eat. And it's like... And there's not too much trash that you have to throw away after you've eaten it. There's no skin that you have to cut up. You just eat it. Our country is the head producer of pineapples. Ooh. That is good. Do you all eat pineapple on pizza? Do you all do that? I've eaten pineapple on pizza once, and I was just like, it's fine, I guess. It wasn't as disgusting as I was expecting it to be, but it's fine. So, let me see here. It's a multi-block that takes water, uses heat to make it into brine. It will also use heat to make brine into liquid lithium. You'll need to start with a lot of thermal evaporation blocks. The base is 4x4 and only ever 4x4 of thermal evaporation blocks. The walls need to be at least 3 blocks and a max total of 18. Okay. Well, let's go find somewhere outside to make this. Fruit tier list when? I don't know, maybe we can set aside like a moment on the Unity stream. Since like the Unity stream has kind of become our just chatting environment. Where it's like, well, I don't want it to be too much like that. Otherwise, we just end up like Pirate Software and never complete anything. And just like never complete any of our work. So it's like, I like less, maybe I want less distractions when doing that. I'm thinking of a good place here. I live right next to a pineapple field. Oh, right. That's nice. Good thing you like pineapples, because then you can go over there and buy one. Or it's like, I don't know. Would they be, do you know anybody at the pineapple farm that would like spot you a pineapple? Like, you got anybody that's cool with, that you're cool with like that? No? Oh, okay. I'm just thinking of a good place to put this evaporation chamber. It's like, a part of me wants to just like make it kind of part of the house, but it's kind of a tall building. It's kind of a tall building, so I don't really want to do that. I don't know, I might like find a way to attach it to this thing. Yeah, that might work. I've been meaning to replace this block. Well, we have a family friend that works there. Okay. I've been meaning to replace this block. I don't think the wood log really matches this factory feel. I might try using the sheet metal. I might try using the sheet metal from Immersive Engineering, because I like how those blocks look. Yeah, I'm trying to find the perfect spot for this. At a pineapple farm somewhere else. Oh, okay. But he works at a pineapple farm, which is pretty cool. Can I put the controller anywhere? I'm thinking about this. It takes 2 years to fully mature. God damn, that's a long time. It takes a hot minute? Yeah. Alright, so here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna try to incorporate it back here. We're gonna try to incorporate it into this back spot, into the back side of this building. Do these things need corners? Why not use vibrant visuals? What's vibrant visuals? Are we talking about, is it like a shader? It's like, there's like a new shade. They have like built-in shaders for Minecraft now, but they're not in the Java edition as far as I know. They're not in the Java edition. Alright, so I can also see that... Okay, I'm under the impression that we don't need... We don't need that. Minecraft's official shaders look so cool. Yeah, they do. I do think they look really nice. I know, I hope that's not exclusive. I want to say it's being brought to Java Edition, too. I'm under the impression the quest book gave me the minimum amount. Gave me, like, the minimum amount to work with. I have no idea if this thing worked properly. Let me check the quest book. Yeah, within the walls, we put our valves and the controllers. Yeah, does this thing need corners? I wish there was an image. Oh, there is an image. Okay. Nice. I guess I'll need that. So there's also a resistive heater. You need that too. And there's also 2 solar panels. Okay. What are you making? This is something called a thermal evaporation plant. This is how we get lithium. And I need it for some other things and mechanism I need to do. Alright, how about this? Make me more... Make me 200 of these. Okay. Do we not have copper essence? I mean, what we can do... I can take this and bring it into the ore tripler. Get some more copper here. I don't know, maybe I could make a copper seed. But it's like, I have so much raw copper ore. It's like I said, I want to have a way to pump ores into the system like this. I don't know, I might need to make like an export bus and just filter out all the raw ores in my system so they're constantly running through this. I'd have to do something like that. I don't know, let me actually check this. I can get silicon by mixing coal and lead at a silicon crucible. What the fuck is a silicon crucible? I've never heard of such wizardry. Alright, how about this? This is like an offshoot path that can be used. In Mindustry. Alright, so let's take an export bus. So give me one of these. We'll also make an acceleration. We'll use acceleration cards. And then we'll also use smart cables. Alright, put that in. That is slightly annoying. Okay, maybe it has to be that way. Or no, wait, hold up. It could be like that. I don't know, I'm not sure. Yeah, I've never played Mindustry, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we need this export bus to be set to some certain parameters. So, take raw copper, raw iron, raw gold, raw osmium, and I guess raw uranium too. I don't know, for now just use these. Yeah, so now the system should send this into this gold chest. I don't know, I might put some capacity. I might put some stack upgrades into this. Which I think it's finally time to turn this into a recipe inside the EMI system. I don't know why I haven't done it. So stack upgrade tier 1. Is this upgrade base part of the system? No, it's not. So I need this thing to be part of the system. I need this pattern to be part of the system. I think this is fine. And then we'll need netherite. And I think like there's some other stuff I'm missing. Like copper blocks and whatnot. I don't know, we'll check afterwards. So gold, diamond, and netherites. So stack upgrade tier 5. So we would need 2 blocks of netherite, which actually wouldn't be hard to make. Because we're already producing infinite netherite, and then we have infinite scrap as well. Because of the mob farm. I'm gonna need to finish that mob farm. I'm gonna need to put a roof over it. So make me 2 of these. Because I think you're only allowed to have 2 of these inside one chest. Alright, so this chest should be completely full, as expected. Alright, there we go. So now this machine should be working constantly. This thing should be working constantly. Now, the unfortunate consequence is that it seems to only be funneling in copper. Yeah, that is kind of awkward. Damn it. This is as fast as the system can go for now. Alright, well, copper is what I need anyway. So, evaporation. Make me 120 of these. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this over... Or bring this over here. Yeah, we can't really make this directly connected to the thing. To the mob farm. Alright, so it looks like we do need to have the corners filled in unless we're at the top. So let me also... Let's count how tall this needs to be. Alright, so this is as tall as it needs to be. Now what I can do is I can take a building gadget and also realize that we're probably going to need way more. Yeah, we're going to need way more than this. I mean, like, this is fine. This, I think this mob farm, it's not going to be as tall. The mob farm is going to be taller than this building. Okay, damn it. So we're gonna need like 200 of these. This thing is actually really expensive to make. I don't know, is it like... So it says the walls need to be at least 3 blocks tall and 18 blocks max. The inside and top must be hollow. The water and brine needs to be held somewhere. Within the walls, we can put our valves and the controller. The controller is how we access the thermal evaporation plant's GUI. There we can see the heat that it has. We only need one controller. Alright. Hopefully once we set this thing up, we never need to touch this thing again. Alright, it looks like it worked. Yeah, so this is what this thing is supposed to look like. However, what I also need is... I think we need a second valve. Yeah, we need another valve like this. So let me just break this. So 2 valves here. Now, what's gonna happen is... I need to recall how we do this. I need to recall how this shit works. So I need water, which is very, very easy to get. I don't know. Since we can do whatever the hell we want, we can make an ultimate pipe upgrade. And then use our pipe like this. So now this is being filled with water. Now what we need to do, I believe we need to fill this with heat. I think. Let me check the quest book. Because again, I don't really remember exactly how to do this. Okay. So the corners must be empty or filled with advanced solar generators on the top level. Oh, I see. So that's why it gave us solar generators. That's why it gave us solar generators as a quest reward. I'm also noticing there are phantoms. So we can remove these corners here. Now, the problem is, if I place down these solar panels, it might interfere with this building. I didn't really think that part through. What happens if I put this here? I don't know. We can power this in other ways. We don't have to do it this way. I'm just gonna go to sleep. We'll enter day 198. We're about to hit day 200. Okay? This is a huge milestone. Alright, we'll let those phantoms burn. I'm just going to keep these solar panels in here. Now, what I need to do, I need to continue trying to figure this out. Alright, there we go. So water, and then we need heat. Okay, so 296,000. I don't know if it works this way. No, it does not work that way. It's like that? No, okay, I clearly don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so what I need to do, the walls need to be 3 blocks tall. The water and brine needs to be held somewhere within the walls. There we can see the heat that it has. The top layer of the plant can't have the corners filled with thermal evaporation blocks. You can add advanced solar generators on the corners of the top layer, even though if you want more heat. I don't know, maybe we could... It's not gonna look, it's not gonna look right if we're building this thing up, too. It doesn't really tell me how to attach the heat generator. And the stream is buffering again. What? God damn it. Why is it not receiving enough data? I don't know why that happens. Alright, give me that. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this out. I don't know, do I need to use, like, pipes? Like, gas? Okay, well, first of all, this thing needs to be powered. So, give me this. And now it's producing a decent amount of heat. Okay, here's what we're gonna try. Is that what you want? Autistic Maniac, welcome back. Why? So temperature is 291,000, production... Does this need to be like a gas pipe or something? Do I need like a gas pipe? All the mods 10? Yeah. Now, luckily, I want to say you can make gas pipes with the pipes mod. Alright, let's try that. Whoa. This pickaxe is a little strong. No, that's not how this works. So, coiled resistor capable of converting electrical energy directly into heat. I can see you don't have infinite jetpack energy from Powa yet? No, I don't. Not yet. I've been doing some other stuff. Like, trying to figure out how the hell this works. It's super early game. I didn't really touch the Powa mod when I first did this. Yeah, it's telling me it uses heat, but I'm like, where the hell do I insert the heat? So, one of the things that suggested was just putting solar panels on the top, but I kind of don't want them there. because of how I've got this position with this building. Well, I could probably put them down like this. Yeah, that wouldn't interfere with the rest of the building. But that seemed to work. I guess, like, just the 2 generators there seemed to already work. Alright, so now that we've got brine, we need to now turn this into lithium. Try the power solar panels, they're great. I don't know if they generate heat. That's why I needed them. So, brine... Okay, let me see here. Lithium dust. So it comes from lithium, which comes from liquid lithium. Wait, what? So liquid lithium... Okay, that comes from here. Oh, wait, do you have to have 2 of these? Yeah, they generate a ton of power, but I don't know about heat. I don't know, I've already got a decent number of things that can make me more power, so I'm not too interested in making it right now. Okay, so we would have to make 2 of these things. Interesting. I thought there was a mechanism heat cable. Oh. I honestly didn't know that was a thing. I've completely forgotten how to do this. So it looks like you need to have 2 of these. You need to have 2 thermal evaporation blocks, multi-block structures. So you need 1 here for turning water into brine, and then you need something that turns the brine into lithium. AFK? All right, that's fine. Where do I want to position that? I guess we can just put it over here. Alright, there we go. So break this. And we can honestly get away with having this corner just be the evaporation blocks. So I'm gonna need more evaporation. I'm gonna need more of this. And I guess we'll need more bronze. Which, luckily, we now have a lot of. Alright, so just make me more of that. God damn it. That, like, completely threw me off when it did that. Also, I noticed that this is, like, 1 block deeper. I don't know, do I move it over here? Well, no, I need it to be over here. Alright, new plan. Oh, like I said, I plan to replace the wooden logs here, so I don't mind that this is broken. I guess we just put them right next to each other, can't we? Yeah, we can do that. Alright, so just get rid of this part. Because, again, I'm going to remove all these logs. And remove all these logs and replace them with a more factory-looking block. And I guess we'll maybe have to make, like, solar generators just like this one. Yeah, because it's, like, that's at least helping with the heat. So solar panels. Make me several of these. It's just, making the glass is not particularly easy. Alright. It's because, like, I wish I could kind of freeze the recipe in place so I could just decide which one I actually want to use. I don't know if there's a way to do that. And then evaporation. We now have more of these. What do you mean? Well, okay, so when it's like in the wireless terminal, it'll scroll through a bunch of different alternate items that are used for certain recipes. I want it to lock to a certain one. Because, like, it won't accept it. How do I explain this? One second. It locks while holding shift. In GregTech, at least. Oh, so it does. Yeah, it does that here, too. Okay. However, there's a certain, like, version of the recipe. I don't want to wait for it to scroll through all of this. Alright, whatever. Alright, so make 20 of these. Alright, we'll work on this first. So, evaporation. Let's make this, and then make 2 of these. So I don't know, I guess, like, we could put one valve here. Put the controller here. And then we'll also take the final valve and put it on this side. Because that's where the lithium's gonna come out of. I don't know, I think we'll do all the lithium dust stuff out while we're out here. I don't know, I guess what we can do is just automate the solar generator. Automate the solar generator from this mod. I guess, like, infused. Make me 300 of these. Alright, how's this looking? Ooh. It's actually managed to move all of it. It's managed to move all of it, and we'll get all the ingots in here soon. Yeah, it looks like the crushing factory is the one that's kind of bottlenecking. And it's actually, that's the fastest it can move. Oh, this is bottlenecking as well. Well, that's because I was using, blocks. And then I'm probably gonna need to make enriched. Make more of this. Alright, so solar generator. Oh, wow. I didn't realize they stacked. That kind of surprised me for a second there. Whoops. Alright, we're gonna need to make more of these. Because, like, I want to say that they didn't stack before. Alright, who's that? Gorgro Sheep the Warrior has awoken. I don't feel like fighting him. Oh, one thing I wanted to do. I think it's finally time we, like, make our... We like, upgrade our stuff into unobtainium. Let me also make sure unobtainium... We leave one smithing template in here. We'll leave 2 in here. Because I want to upgrade my armor, and I want to upgrade the sword. Because we have plenty of unobtainium ingots lying around. So I can finally take this off, and oh my god. Was this how slow you... Wait, is this the standard move, like, sprinting speed? God damn. Jesus. Alright, so here is an unobtainium helmet, an unobtainium chestplate, unobtainium leggings, an unobtainium sword, or unobtainium boots, and then an unobtainium sword. Alright, I look pretty damn good. I mean, like, there's probably a lot of other optimizations I could make. Alright, chapter complete for basic tools. There's probably a lot of stuff I can improve upon. Like, with, protection, with other... I don't know if, like, well, look, fire protection and normal protection can stack on top of each other. So, theoretically, I can make a super overpowered set of armor using this. That'll be interesting to try out. Alright, so solar generator. I think there's a quest for putting that in your inventory. I don't remember. Alright, so now what we gotta do. I want to say it's a gas, or it's not a liquid. Okay, I'm not sure if Apotheosis reworks this, but the protection efficient enchant caps at 80%. Alright, so now the brine is going into there. Good. I also believe it can't produce brine if... It can't produce brine if it's nighttime. So you would need a heater. Yeah, I guess that's why you would need a heater. Yeah, one second. So make me 2 more of these. And then make me another heater. Apparently, we have no tin smelted. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter where we smelt this. Just do that there. So we need a heat. We need a resistive heater. We need to make one of these. So then these things can run at night. Because I realized, like, the disadvantage of the solar panels is that this machine wouldn't be able to run during... cannot run at night. Because it'll run out of heat during the night if the solar panels aren't functioning. So, pressurized tube. Do I have a... wrench? Or like a configurator? I do. And then what we can also do if we want to make this like really fast. Leave that in our inventory so it's like counted for the quest. Or it looks like it doesn't, the higher tier versions of these aren't required. That's fine. I've done something I shouldn't have, and what would that be? What exactly would that be? Alright, tried to kill blazes. I don't know, we'll put this up front. Oh, wait, is that not how that works? Oh, wait, no, aren't they called they're called conductive, thermodynamic conductors. I made the wrong pipe. My bad. So I need this. For reference, every single blaze spawns as infernal, and who's the genius that decided that should be the case? So how do you defend against them then? So what we need are thermodynamic conductors as opposed to the pipes we were using before. All right, there we go. All right, now that works. All right, now all we need now are flux points. All right, you can't put it on top. All right, so that should help with the heat. You just gotta be strong, Mr. Gregorius T. All right, so brine should be getting transferred into here, which is now being turned into liquid lithium. Which is not as fast as I thought. Is this working correctly? Oh, no, it's just not being pulled out. And we'll just pull out as much as possible. All right, let's see what that gets us. Now we have liquid lithium. So now with the liquid lithium, we should be able to turn this into lithium dust. So through what the fuck? Alright, through doing that. And then we need a chemical crystallizer. So I'm gonna need this machine. And it looks like these things can both be upgraded. Okay. One of them dropped the golden apple. So, basic fluid tank. I also need a basic chemical tank. That makes one of these. I don't believe there is any way to upgrade this. No, it just functions like that. Oh, does that do what I wanted? No. So this is a liquid, so we're gonna need like a fluid pipe. Which I can do this. Oh, there we go. So now we just need power on this thing too. Are we getting there? We are getting there. I'm just gonna make a bunch of redstone blocks. And I'm just gonna make a bunch of these. So I don't have to worry about wiring, because flux networks are fantastic. Now, we do have speed upgrades, so I can make energy and speed upgrades for this. And of course, as usual, I'm out of the structural glass. I don't know, we're not quite at the fission reactor level for this yet. I haven't really gone full mechanism. I haven't, like, done absolutely everything you can do in mechanism. So liquid lithium, that makes normal lithium. Now what needs to happen is I need this machine, a basic crystallizing factory. Which takes refined obsidian ingots, which actually can be grown with, Oh, okay. Do I have this as a recipe? So refined obsidian dust. How do I turn this into an ingot? You need a compressor. Which I'm starting to think, do I have a compressing factory? I honestly don't think I do. Yeah, I actually don't think I've ever made a compressing factory. I don't know, maybe that's something else that'll have to be added to the EMI system. The only issue is I'm like, how am I gonna get oxygen into this thing? I guess I'd have to use like an ender tank or no, some kind of way to move gas around. So I'm gonna need to make a basic compressing station, osmium compressor. We can honestly make like the ultimate version of this if we wanted to. There we go. I don't know. It doesn't really matter where this thing is. Yeah, I guess I would just need a... I want to say oxygen is in the... Yeah, oxygen is in this tank. We're never using it for anything. Alright, just give me all this. Alright, so now that this thing is powered, we can also get speed upgrades on this. Doing pretty much everything in mechanism. And I don't know, maybe we'll eventually attach it to the EMI system, but for now it doesn't really need to be. Wait, am I not understanding something? Basic chemical tank. Is that not how that works? Alright, here's refined obsidian dust. Let's just auto-sort it. Wait, is it not oxygen? Oh, it's osmium. Oh, my bad. Okay, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I'm starting to remember it now. Alright, cool. Alright, so now I need to remember what the hell was I using this thing for. I was trying to make a crystallizing factory. So we need a steel casing. I keep like confusing my recipes because like it's nested in another thing. Yeah, we can honestly make like the perfect one too. Yeah, let's make like the best one. Alright, there we go. Ultimate crystallizing factory. And then we'll probably need to make even more, we'll need to make even more speed and energy upgrades. Alright, so lithium, would this allow me to... Can I just, like, place it like this? Yeah, it does seem to let me do that. And then, do I have, like... I have ultimate universal cables, so we can just do this. And that should make me lithium dust. I don't remember this thing having upgrades. I feel like this thing only had one tier before, back then. Yeah, maybe I should start auto-crafting these. I have to keep, like, making another set of 8. Alright, our power system can handle this, by the way. Alright, nice, look at that. Now, do I have an ender chest? I don't know, do I have, like, an ender chest that doesn't have too many items being funneled into it? What's the color coding on this chest? I can't really see what it is. Was it like gray? Yeah, it's a completely gray chest. Alright, here's what we can do. Let's make gray wool. And ender chest. Now we don't need to use 3 gray dye on this. So we just use this. We can use this to insert the lithium dust. This will be the easiest way to do this. Alright, side config. So none, none, none. Auto eject. Alright, cool. So all the lithium dust should now be going into the system. Yeah, holy shit. Mechanism more... Oh, okay. So that thing's not part of the... That's not part of base mechanism. That's what I thought. Because I was thinking, like, this crystallizing factory... I don't remember this thing having upgrades. Alright, now, let me try to recall what the lithium dust was being used for. Oh, right, it was to make the induction cells. I was just, like, thinking about it. I was like, what were we trying to make? What were we trying to do with this thing? Alright, so I believe we've already got the means to make the energy tablet. So, induction. We already have the means to make induction casing. Structural glass. I think it's time we add this to the system. And no substitutes. Just do structural glass. So structural glass, we need basic induction cells. I don't recall if we have... No, it looks like we don't have the energy cube as an upgrade. As inside the system. I don't know, maybe we'll have to grow iron? But, like, there's already iron automatically being smelted in the system. Any iron ore that enters the ME system gets sent to the smelter. Gets sent to the smelter now. Alright, so there's one induction cell. So if we want to make an advanced induction cell... Oh, I see. Well, I also see that the stream is breaking again. That was not as extreme that time, I don't think. But that was kind of a... That's going to continuously be really, really annoying. I'm gonna have to... I think after the stream, I'll go seriously try to track down why that's the problem. So, ultimate energy cube... Oh, right, you would need the previous 4. I wonder for a sec why you went silent. God damn it. So, you need the previous 4 tiers to make the next induction cell. Then there's also the providers. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this thing is like... This thing's kind of crazy. So put that in. Put the basic energy cube and then the induction cell in. So this should allow us to make an induction cell like this. Now what we need to do is move on to the next tier. The advanced induction cell. So what needs to happen is that I need to automate this. And then I just gotta automate this. That should allow me to make the advanced induction cell. Give it a try. Yeah, see? It shows up as the correct recipe. Now we need to move on to the next tier. We take this one step further. So, induction cell. We take this, and we make ourselves a pattern for the elite energy cube. And then we also do one for this. And we could probably skip these other steps and just take a look at this part. So, we'll need this recipe, which we already can do. And now we just add these to the system. Now, I don't really know how many we could probably make. This is probably about as cumbersome as making the 256k crafting storages, I would imagine. Now, let me also check what the induction providers do. So, it looks like we already have the recipe for all... We have the recipes for all of that. Oh, and of course, it's also going to take, like, a lot of stuff. Hey, it's a large price to pay for an insane amount of power storage. But this is the power storage I'm normally familiar with. Okay, so here's what we can do. Now we can take a look at this. And the ultimate induction cell. Now... Oh, fuck. Okay, this might take a decent bit of gold. It might take a decent bit of gold. I might need to... Do I have gold essence? I do not. Alright, interesting. I don't know, maybe we're at that point. Do I need to do a gold seed? The stream is breaking again. God damn it. I'm not sure if anything bad happened on Twitch, but it's telling me like, oh no, YouTube's not receiving that video again. Why does that keep happening? Alright, so let's make... I guess we'll just make a gold seed. Alright, put this together. I'm kind of surprised I didn't make a gold seed at this point. Be right back. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so we'll have that. Yeah, currently the system is smelting all the copper. Can we go, like, descending? Because, like, honestly, they're never gonna be able to get to the anything that isn't the copper. I might actually take the copper out of the list here. Yeah, they're never gonna get to that. Because you can mine so much copper while you're in the quarry. What we also can do is that we have enough unobtainium and vibranium to probably make the furnace. Probably make the furnaces for all that stuff. Induction cell. Yeah, that made things less pricey. It's just we lack gold nuggets. Yeah, how powerful is this induction cell? So it says stored energy 1.6 TFE. So it's like when you make this multi-block, inside the multi-block is where you put in the induction cell and then the provider. That determines how much power can be moved around and stored. Or that stored and moved around respectively. We're at day 199. What do you want? I don't know, I'll have to find a place for this induction cell. Like, what's a good spot for it? I don't know, maybe right here. I don't know if this room is going to be going any further in this direction. I don't know. It's like, what I could do is make, like, kind of a rectangular room, and in the center I have the induction cell. I could do something like that. I wonder how the VODs look after this. Like, the stream isn't being as smooth as I'd like it to be right now. Dropped frames, 2.2%. I don't know, I've never seen it like this. Not since, like, a couple weeks ago. Let me take a look at my inventory and toss away some garbage I don't need. Alright, so Certus, Quartz Wrench, Smart Wrench, Configurator. I don't need these for now. Yeah, some of this stuff does not matter to me right now. Yeah, see, look how much copper there is. Look how much that is. So let's go gold essence. I don't know, would it allow me to... Will it try to factor in 2 different recipes for gold? If we need more? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I think it does. Alright, so make me 1 induction cell. Make me one of these. It's a tall order. It's quite a tall order. And then we'll work on the induction casing as well. I'm not sure how much of this we'll need. Oh, that also takes gold. Okay, yeah, that sucks. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. This is a very volatile solution, but we could definitely do this. Turn that on. Alright, I'm gonna go leave that to its own devices. As long as we don't stare at it, it will work. I don't know, I might need to make a teleport pad over to that room. I don't know, how are we doing on gold nuggets? I might need to... Okay, yeah, there we go. Do you see how many gold nuggets we're getting? Holy shit. How's this looking? Yeah, it's like the giant crafting, like the giant crafting queues. Like all the infused alloys, all the energy tablets. That's probably gonna take the most amount of work. Alright, so in the meantime, what I can do is I can take... So, induction casing. Can I just make this myself, honestly? Or no, it takes energy tablets. Make me 60 of these. And what the hell is your problem? I think it got canceled out by something that was happening in this CPU. You know what, that's fine. Just cancel that for now. It's totally fine. Alright, so I think for now, we're gonna have the induction cell back here. It's gonna be a 5x5. And it'll have a 3x3 space inside it. So, 60 induction casing is definitely not enough. So, there'll need to be flooring here. And then we also have to use, like, structural glass. Which is nice, because that's less resources for us. Just needs to be for the outer frame. Make me a couple more of these. I don't know, it's like... I think that's fine. So I want to say, we can have, like, one of these. Hi, Ash, welcome back. I'm back? Yeah, welcome back. Give me the structural glass here. I want to say, like, we can simply just do this. Got grounded? Oh. Don't ask why. Okay, yeah, see? So this now stores 1.6 TFE. Now, the thing is, there's no way to pull power out of it. There's no way to pull power out of it just yet. I don't know, I don't remember. Is there, like, yeah, there are induction ports. God damn it. The stream is, like, being weird again. Put a red block behind the sides? Trust? No, I know exactly how to build this thing. It's fine. So give me 2 of these. There we go. So now we'll have one that acts as the input, one that acts as the output. Now, I'm not sure if I need to... I guess, like, before I connect this up to the system, I need to make an induction provider. Let's make one of these. Trust, thrust, we bust. Look, if you want to tell a story, just keep it really short. Tell me more of your silly 2-sentence stories. Because, like, it's not, these streams aren't long enough for this. Because we'll just abandon whatever story that you said. Friend? What happened? Do they have a name? That's a Drigme. I don't know, it's like a mob that I spawned that just kind of walked into the basement. I don't know how he got, I think the door was open, that's how he got in here. He needs a name? I could probably get a name tag. What, you got any ideas? I also noticed we're dropping frames. We need to go fix this now. So, yeah, that's not pleasant. Yeah, turn that off. Okay, we give we need that's not. Oh my god. That is that's way worse than I thought it was. Than I thought it was. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to go find a name tag. I was wondering why I was like, oh, the frames are starting to drop. I just realized maybe it's not actually keeping up. Yeah, we can call him Hung. Oh, there we go. You can stick around in here. All right, so let me also get a flux plug. I'll also have to go check the reactor as well. I think what I'm gonna need to do also is attach more vacuum hoppers to the mob farm. And I've already got some extra flux points. So this should now start storing power, correct? Or no, I think it definitely, the induction provider has to be part of the machine. Do we have any actual pets? My mom watched Frieren. Do we have any actual pet? What, like a dog or a cat? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't have anything like that. Yeah, I think this thing isn't gaining power because it needs a provider. So I need to wait for this thing to finish. Yeah, these things take a while to craft. These things take a lot of time to craft. But it looks like it's almost done. Like, Jesus Christ. Alright, now it's finally smelting the sand. I don't know, are we using acceleration cards here? Pattern provider. No. What is autocomplete? The hell is an autocomplete card? Is that anything I should be aware of? Automatically completes the crafting job. Only works for single requests. What the heck? Interesting. Not entirely sure. Okay, now it's done. Alright, so here's what we gotta do. So we have induction provider, induction cell. Cover this up, and now this should start taking in power, maybe? I don't know, do we need to use, like, the configurator? So there's output. I'm unsure why this is not working. We out of power? That shouldn't be the case. We're officially at day 200, by the way. Congratulations to us. No, this looks like it's all working. Yeah, it looks like it's working correctly. I don't know. I think, like, what would need to happen? I think what we should do is that we should use ultimate cables to move this into the induction cell. I think that would be a better move. I think that would just make more sense. You should get a dog? I do not have room in this house for a dog. Or a cat. Maybe a cat. But I don't know. I think maybe when I start living on my own. I'll consider it. Because, you know, it's like taking a pet in is a lot of responsibility. And I don't really know how to care for animals myself. I'm more of a both person, but I was raised with cats. Yeah, it would take a lot. Oh, I meant in Minecraft. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about real life. I was just like, I don't know. Welcome back. Welcome back, Starter Cell. Anything happen? I don't think this is outputting. I think I'm bottlenecking. Cats are better for that. Where is... Okay, here's the induction cell. Alright, so how about instead we go down. Did I just say 16 Tera FE? Yes, it did. That is from one cell. Also, sorry about... It's buffering again. Ash, are you getting any, like, stream problems? It seems to only be happening on YouTube, maybe? Which, that's not good. Very close to Gremlin. Oh, shit. No? Okay. That's interesting. Alright, so we'll need to lead it up here. Now, we'll need to make another induction. We can make, like, another induction port. We'll just put one in the back. These blazes might actually be useful for something. Now what I gotta do is make a ton of universal cables. We need a way... Well, honestly, we could use the pipe. We could use the energy pipes. Because we can just make a netherite upgrade. We can move so much power that way. Alright, yesterday was Cat Day. Today's National Day is Book Lovers Day. Well, I would imagine you like reading. Since they are all infernal, they drop major armor pieces. Alright, so we're about to shut down the grid for a bit. Yeah, I want to say this thing is not... Is it bottlenecking? I don't know. I like reading that. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. God damn it. How did I manage that? Sorry, 1 second. Alright, so we need to connect it up to here. And then what I gotta do is I've gotta go back around. I need to set this so it pulls out energy. Now, that's gonna be abysmally slow until I do this. Yeah, 131,072 FE a tick. Let's see if this is actually, like, being stored in here now. Yeah, it looks like it's actually working. Now, is this actually sending power out? Oh, wait, no, it's not, because we need to set the configurator to output. Alright, and that should be moving power around a lot better now. So the output looks fine. Was that the Ender Dragon? Yeah, it's the one sitting on my roof? Yeah, it is. It's a decoration to commemorate its defeat. It was very, very difficult, I swear. This is even better than what we did? Is this even better than what we did before? I mean, like, okay, so I always wanted to pull power out of this right now. Yeah, what was your, what books did you read? Like, what books, well, actually, I was about to ask, like, what books have you read in school? But then I guess, like, no, you're being homeschooled. So they don't make you read, like, To Kill a Mockingbird or whatever. They won't make you read that. I don't know, it's like, they won't make you read, like, To Kill a Mockingbird. Or, what's the other one? The Scarlet Letter? I don't remember what the fuck was the moral of the Scarlet Letter. What exactly was the moral of that story? It's like, I think the story was like, it's told from like a lady's perspective, and she's like, yeah, I cheated on my husband, and I'm like, okay, so what's the moral of this story, though? Unless I'm thinking of a different story. And I'm just like, Sheep Arena? Never heard of her. I'm like, what is happening? I love To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't remember it as well. I don't remember it very well. But I do remember, like, I remember there was, like, an old movie adaptation of the book. Makes me want to watch more old movies. I don't know, there's, like, a certain energy. There's, like, a certain energy that old movies from, like, that were made before the 70s. That, like, before the 70s, like, movies had this different sort of aura to them, if that makes sense. Because, like, if you watch any movie that was made in, like, the 50s or the 60s, it has, like, the energy of a stage play. You feel like you're watching a stage play. Which, obviously, I think movies, obviously, are, like, the evolution of plays that were put on a stage, which I guess makes a lot of sense, because like it's all like one shot, it's just two guys talking to each other, it doesn't cut between them, it's like the whole scene is done in like one take, which is like I can kind of respect. It's like rather than just having one person stand on one side of the room and it keeps cutting between the two, it's like that. It's called Master of None, no plug for real. Master of None, never heard of it. 1,238 chapters, never heard of it. What was I even doing? I guess, like, this induction, we now have, like, an alternate way for obtaining power. No jump cuts, the opposite of Cocomelon. Yeah, it was, like, if they ever, transition Hi Hung. You want to come back in? You trying to come back inside? It's really good. Yeah, I don't read as often. Well, I think, okay, well, if you want to venture behind the induction cell, that's fine, too. Have a nice day. I don't know where he's going. I'm not sure where he's going. So, we can make this way better. Now, I don't really know how good induction providers are. Like, induction providers, their output rate is 52 million FE. I don't imagine we're gonna need anything else like that. Configurator. Put this on input. I guess what we can also do, we can take this bad boy and put it right there. I don't know. Put that to good use. So yeah, I'm thinking like approximately how much is being inserted into this induction cell. I'm not a big book reader, but speaking of books, the creator of Ultra Kill created an album based on the supposedly really good book called Infinite Jest. Never heard of that book either. Yeah, so this Times 64 generator is now going into the induction cell. So it's taking it from both the front and the back. I'll probably need to keep adding more induction cells to this. Oh, what? I swear, he went all the way back there. How did he end up back here? Alright, whatever. What's my favorite book? Probably The Hobbit. Oh, did you like the Hobbit movies? What did you think of the Hobbit movie? I feel like I should rewatch the Hobbit movies. I very vaguely remember them from my childhood, because I remember watching Lord of the Rings when I was a kid. And then I remember The Hobbit, the first two Hobbit movies came out. And then I think I watched them with my parents and the rest of my family before the third one came out. And that's when I found out that Smaug only had like a half hour of screen time. He was hyped up at the end of the second movie, and he was like, I'm going to go burn down the village that's nearby. But then they kill him in the first 20 minutes of the movie, and the rest of the movie is about something else. Based on my limited knowledge, its style is akin to House of Leaves. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with House of Leaves either. Yeah, I am aware that the book, The Hobbit, is way better. Not to mention, it's like, it was only one singular book instead of 3 books. I don't know. I don't really know why they did that. They were like, yeah, let's do what we did with Lord of the Rings and try to recapture what we once had by making a trilogy of movies that only adapt one singular book, which wouldn't work as well. I don't know. Now they have, like, the Rings of Power because everything has to be a franchise. Like, once you make something, it's like, we need to expand this into, like, some sort of cinematic universe or something. Which, it's like, okay, I don't think it's bad. I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, what Marvel did very early on in the late 2000s was really, really cool. So, like, wanting to try to achieve the same, like, the same lightning in a bottle, that's not, like, a bad goal for, like, a business. Like, I would love to make something like that. Like, be the front runner or, like, the head director of some expansive universe that's consisted of all these different stories and, like, characters that people like. But it's hard to do. What they don't realize is that it's hard as shit to do. You have to do so much planning. It takes a lot of planning, and you have to be very, very careful. And there's a lot of different things that can go wrong in the process. Like, we all saw it happen. Like, did anybody even know what the fuck happened to Kang? It's like, we all saw it happen in real time. We don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with Kang. That shit's probably not even gonna see the light of day anymore. Have I told you about my dreams? What about your dreams? What about your dreams? They're like swapping out Kang, and it's now gonna be like Doctor Doom, who apparently they couldn't find a new person to be Doctor Doom. And I'm just like, man, yeah, they really don't know what the fuck they're doing with, like, the direction of this universe. But honestly, I didn't mind that there wasn't a direction. Like, we didn't have to build up to some new, like, universal threat again. It could have just been, like, a bunch of random stories that just took place after Endgame. It could have just been, I think I've had this discussion as well. Because I think, like, I enjoyed Shang-Chi. And Shang-Chi has nothing to do with the greater MCU. It's just a contained story about, like, a dude that knows martial arts. It just happens to be in the Marvel Universe, and I think that's cool. I don't really care what he's gonna do, like, in an Avengers movie, if he's in an Avengers movie. But, like, I like the character enough that I'd watch it anyway, just to see him. Because, like, I think when people watch those Avengers movies, when they watched, like, Infinity War and Endgame, there was, like, their favorite character that they were pulling up to watch the movie for. You know what I mean? And how many characters are like that in the modern MCU? Like, how many of them are actually interesting? How many of them are actually interesting? Not many of them. Not many of them, honestly. Or maybe I've just outgrown it. Maybe I've just outgrown it, I'm not the demographic anymore. But, like, I can see that it's, like, really not as well put together as it is before. Well, we want to see you piss yourself playing Minecraft. Hung is back. Yeah, he's back in the room. Alright, so, as you can see... Whoa. Okay, now I truly understand how quickly this thing burns through nether stars. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Because I was thinking like, oh, this thing seems very energy efficient. But no, this thing is actually... This thing actually takes a lot. Where's he at? Alright, here's what we can try. Where did I put it? Alright, here we go. Look at this. Now Hung is larger than me. It's like, who's the pet now? That's a lot of stars. Yeah, it is. Alright, there we go. Now what we can do is... Can I make him slightly larger? Oh, shit. Okay. No, it does not work that way. It's like you're meant to left click on the you're meant to left click on the pet. You're meant to left click on the mob and it grows it. Let me try this. It's supposed to grow the mob. Alright, let me try this on you. Wait, what? Wait. Control right click? No, it's not working. You're supposed to be able to left click on other mobs and it makes them grow. It makes them grow to the size that you adjust it to. I'll have to go look into why that's not working. I don't know if they changed something about it. Okay, so what's next on the agenda? I guess like we should make more... Change it to right click? Well, no, it's right click is just to use it on myself. Yeah, wow, this thing is hardly full. Holy shit. Fuck. Yeah, you're seeing this, right? Like, this thing is hardly full. Let's see your mouse real quick. What, like my computer mouse? This is my mouse. It's a wireless one. It's Razer. It's a Razer mouse. I got a new wireless one. I don't know, apparently it's like, the thing about wireless ones is that you have to recharge them. It's got side buttons? Yes, it does. It does have side buttons. How's the uranium supply looking? Not good. Well, we have uraninite. What else on the to-do list that I need to get done? I guess, like, that induction cell. Change it to one of them? Well, no, there's no... I don't know. I don't know how to get it to work for now. So, we got two things done here. I think, we've been putting this off. So... At Ars Novu. It's time to finally dive into this. Magic mods. We haven't touched anything. We've been, like, messing with so many tech mods. I just haven't bothered with any of this. So, magical source link, we want the Vitalik source link. Also, we're in a different place in my house now. Oh, where are you now? Where are you now that's so different? Yeah, Ars Novu. Now, what I'm noticing is that I don't have any melons. I honestly didn't think of that. I actually don't have any melons. Oh, wait, never mind. Can I make it like this? Okay, no. Alright, let's Builder's Gadget this. In the den where everybody hangs out. No gooning. Do your parents know you watch these streams? I mean, it's not my business, but do they? Do your parents know that you watch this? And they're fine with you, watching this, right? I'm a family approved YouTube channel. Okay, 1 second. I need to make... So, Vitalik source link. We don't have many of these. I don't know, we'll make 4 of these. You're kind of loud. You're kind of loud, pal. Now, I'm thinking, like, can I place these just out here? And they ask what I'm doing all the time. Yeah, my parents ask that too. I don't know, it's like... Now what I need is maybe a source jar. Unobtainium source jar. What, is this just like a massive source jar? There's also an Emmy source jar. Alright, well, let's not get too crazy here. So we're gonna need to... What's the weirdest insult you've taken? I can get a better one. Oh god. I wouldn't call it the weirdest insult, but I think, like, I can think of the most backhanded insult I've ever received. I'm not sure if I want to tell this story, though. I'm, like, thinking about it. I'm like, have I told this story? Have I told this story? I think I can tell this story because I don't think the person who I'd be talking about, I don't think she watches these streams. I'm pretty sure she doesn't. So I'm gonna tell this story because if I tell this story, she'll immediately know it's her if she does watch it. If she does secretly watch my streams. First names don't matter. You don't need to know her first name. You don't need to know her first name. However, this has to do with, you'd have to know a bit about my love life here. You have to know about, like, the very little love life I had. Okay? I'd have to talk a little bit about that. So, basically, out of all my online friends, when I was 16, I met like Jay, Jaina, Joel, Nate, and did I name all 4 of them? Yeah, I named all 4 of them. Those are the 4 main people I met. However, I do not talk, there's a 5th person that I do not normally talk about, nor do I bring up her name, because I think, like, because, like, my relationship with her was a little different than the rest of them. And, you know, we were teenagers at the time, and we didn't really, we were kind of both new to Discord. So, like, neither of us really talked to a lot of people beyond, like, Discord. Docs? Yeah, and we grew a lot closer than I expected to be with someone on Discord, and years passed. And I decided one day to ask her, like, what is your relationship with me? Because we had a very confusing relationship. Because I didn't really understand, like, what she thought of me. So I decided to ask her. And she said, like, yes, at one point I had a crush on you. However, I was in a very bad place mentally at the time. So, so how I read that message, when she said that to me, I was like, okay, so only mentally ill women would ever fall in love with Danny Super Noob. So I found it was like 80% funny and 20% a little heartbreaking to be rejected in that way. Like, I was cool with either answer. I respected her as a person. But when I heard that, I don't think she meant it that way. I don't think she meant it to sound that way. But that's how I took that response. That's how I took that response. And I was like, God damn. But she is doing a lot better for herself. And I am happy for her. Alright, let me make another one of these, so that's the weird, I wouldn't call it the weirdest insult, but that is one insult that always stuck with me. And I don't think it was ever intended to be an insult. I don't think what she told me was ever intended to be an insult. But I hope she's doing, it's like, last time I spoke to her, she's doing much better than she was maybe 3 years ago or so. Because her life was kind of a mess a couple years ago, but I think she's doing much better for herself now. Last time I checked. Alright, so I want to say that if these enemies just die, and I put, like, a source jar nearby, it just goes automatically into the source jar. It should just automatically do that. You're more disappointing than an uncrunchy leaf? And what the fuck is that supposed to mean? What is, like I guess, like, uncrunchy leaf, like a soggy leaf. Let's do creepers. Okay, yeah, wow, that's, let me make more source jars. Yeah, it looks like these things are really cheap. I don't know, we'll just, like, line up, oh my god. Okay, well, this is exactly what I was expecting to happen. Like, this is a lot of source. That's a lot of source. Now, I don't really know what we use source for. Excuse me, fuck. I don't know if you've ever looked at my profile pic. I mean, I think I've seen your profile pic, but it's a zombie from Dying Light. I don't know, is this like your profile pic on YouTube? Or are we talking about Twitch? Oh, I guess I can check right now. Oh, yeah, I do see that. It's a zombie from Dying Light. You played Dying Light? Well, I was like, have I asked this already? I feel like somehow I've actually asked this. Then, like, you have told me you've played Dying Light. No Twitch, friend. Let me also, so let me look into Ars Nova. So right here, Archwood logs, we need a scribe's table. This is how we make new spells. I don't really remember all of this exactly. There's a mage spell book, which honestly, I think we can actually make this. Do I have my spell book? Is it just sitting in the EMI system now? No, where did I put it? Is it somewhere in here and I just didn't notice it? I have extra source gems in there too. Okay. Alright, let's just turn this off. That's plenty of source. So if we need any more source, we can always just, like, put it back. Why are the black zombies so much stronger? I don't know. I don't know. Do you retain your physical strength when you turn as a zombie? I mean, like, I think in Marvel's version of a zombie apocalypse, they did. Where it's like any Marvel characters that got turned into zombies, they would retain their powers and their physical abilities. I don't know. I guess it would depend on the zombie apocalypse. Like, do you want to be like a weak ass zombie, like with legs that are just mauled? I don't know. If your body gets mauled to pieces by zombies, I don't believe blue is here, so I'm just gonna ban that myself. If you get mauled by zombies and then you turn into one, like, what happens if they just chewed off your legs? You're gonna be a pathetic zombie. What happens? Like, how much of your body needs to get mauled for you to not come back as a zombie? You know? Like, if they bit into your neck and then your head just falls off, like, what would happen then? Virus, fungi, or necro? This is a very aggressive question. Enough to not exist? I don't know. It's like zombies are kind of made up of rotten body parts. So eventually they would just deteriorate back into the ground, wouldn't they? I don't know. Like, in The Walking Dead, I'm not really sure about the rules of zombies. What kind of zombies? I don't know. Just like a standard virus, I guess? We can talk about viruses. I mean, like, fungus-based zombies are normally the most dangerous, in my experience. It's like necromancy, I don't know, it's like a different thing. They don't keep? Okay, I think fungus. What about the fungal-based ones? And the happiness advocate. Supercell-based? So I need to make a scribe's table. Which takes cascading archwood. Which I'm thinking, where did... I guess that's the only place in the area that has, like, these trees growing. Straight out of SRP or SCP. Okay, where are the normal logs? Yeah, this is vexing archwood. I think it would accept this. So let me try to make a scribe's table. Alright, so I don't really know what we want to do our Ars Novu stuff. Wasn't entirely sure. Maybe we can have it somewhere like over here. The bioweapon. There's a fourth option. The killing floor approach. The killing floor. Like in Killing Floor. Where it's like there's an evil company that has made an obedient army of zombies. I think I talked about SRP before. Oh wait, was it not SCP? Were you talking about something different? Let me also make... What else do we need from this? For, like, Ars Novu? We need an imbuement chamber. Okay, so imbuement chamber. To create one of the main crafting items, the source gem, we need an imbuement chamber. It requires pedestals around it as well. So here's one imbuement chamber, and then we need several pedestals. Yo, give me 1 second. There's a fifth, the failed experiment. Yeah, I feel like those are subsets, though. Like, you try to create a cure for cancer, and then you end up in, like, I Am Legend, where it's, like, the cure for cancer turns out to be a zombie apocalypse. Like, I don't really know how that happens. Like, how do you make a drug that's like, yeah, we're gonna destroy the cells, like the cancerous cells. That's what I assume the idea is. But then it's like, no, it turns out it makes them go insane, and then the virus also can spread among people. I don't know, do you remember that game back in, like, the early 2010s, that one Flash game called One Chance? Where they make They try to make a cure for cancer that destroys cancerous cells, but it turns out it destroys every living cell. It turns out it just destroys every living cell. And since it was administered as a gas, which I don't know why the fuck anyone would make a drug that is administered as something you, like, I don't know any, like, non-recreational drugs, like medicinal drugs, that are administered via gas. I don't know anything like that. Apart from, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything like that. Like, you crush up, you crush up, like, the other, there's drugs you crush up and then you sniff. You, like, huff. But I don't know anything about, like, yes, we will release it into the oxygen. Like, I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Let me make Source Stone. I have more Source Gems lying in the system than I thought. So, Arcane Pedestal. We're gonna need... I don't know how many of these we need. We'll make 10 of these. Yeah, how many Source Gems do I have? I have 5 more. Alright, so now what we can do, I think we don't need anything for this. So how does one make a Source Gem? So you need Lapis and a Source Gem, but then you also need Source in the area. So I guess what we gotta do is move this to be right here, I guess. I don't know, I think this will work. Yeah. Chemotherapy is the treatment that uses drugs to destroy cancer cells from Google. We have a cure. Well, yeah, chemo, it's radiation. Yeah, that's what it is. Like, a specific amount of radiation to kill cancerous cells. It could have some other dangerous side effects, but who knows? I'm not really sure what, like, crazy side effects come from chemo, apart from, like, hair loss. Okay, so we can also make our own Source Gems. We have Source Stone, Arcane Pedestals, Ritual Brazier is used to cast rituals. It can be used for decoration. If you want to light the brazier, use the light spell on it. To perform rituals, you will need Arcane Pedestals as well. Alright, fair enough. Enchanting Apparatus. Source Gems don't actually need Source to be made, but having Source nearby increases the speed a lot. Okay, fair enough. Let's see here. Let's try this. So if I take some Lapis, crafting Source Gem, add Source nearby. Yeah, it looks decently fast. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can determine how much speed there is. There's something else I'm gonna talk about, zombies. Yeah, what about, or like, do you still want to talk about more zombie logic, or do you want to talk about something else related to storytelling and world building? We talk about other shit. Dying Light, 6 out of 10 cooked. What is that? Are we rating zombies? Most can't handle light. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, it's like in Dying Light 2, is that different? Is that any different? Is that, or do zombies behave any differently in Dying Light 2? They're making a new Dying Light game. They're making a new one, which I was just like, I don't know, it might be good. It's like it's got like the guy from the first game who apparently didn't die. I thought like I thought Crane in Dying Light 1, I thought he died, or maybe he didn't. I don't know. So if you stay inside, you're good. Yeah. I don't know, it's like, if a real zombie apocalypse broke out, I guess it would depend on the type of apocalypse. How quickly do you think the world would have it down on lock? No, I don't think so. Like, how quickly do you think we'd be able to contain it? Like, we're not talking about, like, Project Zomboid, you didn't play it? Okay. Like, we're not talking about, like, Project Zomboid, where it's, like, the 90s, and nobody really gets it. Because, like, it's way harder to, like, cover something like that up. Or, like, to conceal what's happening. Well, like, not conceal what's happening. It'd probably be easier to contain in using modern technology. 98% can't climb. Well, yeah, what you can do is make a wall, and then you add a lip. You add a lip. So, like, in World War Z, there was this whole thing where they had a wall somewhere in the Middle East, where everybody was kind of, like, hiding out. But then the thing was, there were so many zombies piling up at the wall, they started forming, like, a tower of zombies. And then some of them would climb on top of each other over the wall. And I was like, this would have been solved if you just had, like, a lip. It's kind of like if you want to keep a spider in Minecraft from climbing over the wall. You just put, like, a lip at the top, and they get caught. I don't know, I was like, how does that happen? Which virus, though, I will rate? Well, I don't know, it's like, how do you feel, like, what viruses are there? Like, there's the viruses in, like, there's, like, the virus, or, like, the fungus in The Last of Us. There's the zombie virus in Sunset Overdrive. What other apocalypses are there? There's like the Nox virus in Project Zomboid. So easy claps. I would say like, I don't know. I don't want to sound like really cocky and say like, yeah, I could survive the Nox virus, because like the thing is, the whole thing about the Nox virus is that some people are immune to like the airborne virus, because the virus was airborne. The virus was airborne. There was a select group of people that were actually that are just immune, and you're one of those people in the game. Walking Dead, 4 out of 10. There's COTH from SRP. What does that mean? I don't know these acronyms. What was I'm sorry. I got completely blindsided. What was I searching for? Chat lag is crazy. Sorry, what was I searching for? God damn it, what the hell was I trying to do? Arcane Pedestal. Ritual Brazier, Enchanting Apparatus. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just completely forgot what I was doing there. How's the induction cell looking? Oh, wait, I think I was looking for nether stars to refill this generator. Yeah, it's like, this thing burns through nether stars, by the way. This thing is crazy. There was this virus, which is probably a 9 out of 10 because of rapid evolution. Which virus are we talking about? The virus of my virus? Or like, oh yeah, you were trying to write a story where you were like, yes, I want to make my own super virus. And they don't die after being shot in the head, so how the fuck do you kill them? How the fuck do you stop them? Let me put back the coarse dirt here. Apparently, there was only 2 coarse dirt in the system. Yeah, mine, the one I made. Yeah. Alright, so we have plenty of source jars. For all of the rituals we want to do, how much insanium do you think we have? We have 11 insanium. I think, like, what we're gonna do, we're gonna build this out. Up until the point where we can, like, replace this entire field with insanium dirt. You see one and you run? Okay. So basically, invincible, indestructible zombies. I guess that'd be interesting. Do they have any sort of weakness? There is power scaling, calm down. Okay, but what the fuck did they do then? What do you do against these zombies? What would you do? There's normal zombies? Oh, okay, so they're like a subset of the zombies. There's like the ones that you definitely don't want to run into. There's like the ones that you definitely don't want to run into. Otherwise known as the shufflers. Man, zombie apocalypse stories be calling them anything other than zombies. You really about to call them the shufflers? That's one thing. That's one interesting thing in zombie apocalypse stories, where for some reason they just don't call them zombies. They're like, no, we have to make our zombie apocalypse story distinct. So we call them walkers, or we call them the undead, or like the what are they called? Like, they're called the clots in Killing Floor. Next one is runners, more freshly turned. Okay. So you can like saw its legs, you can shoot its legs off at least, I suppose. What else do I need to do? Clipboard. So we now have a source for source. I wanted to do the 4 times ore smelting. I wanted to make plastic. Which, do I have any acacia wood? I don't. So, here's the thing. If we want to make plastic, we can actually grow plastic. There's one small problem. To make plastic, you need something called rubber essence. Which comes from rubber seeds, which comes from cured rubber, which comes from productive trees. I don't think there's any other way to make this. Yeah, without going into productive trees, which I don't know how to do. I still don't know how to do this. So, I guess what we'll have to do... I think we can still make a plastic seed. I think. No, wait, no. Does it have to be cured rubber? Yeah, okay, it has to be that. There's stronger ones? The more a zombie eats, the less rotted it becomes. Don't think about it too hard, and when it looks human, its brain starts restoring. Oh. And then it regains its sense of self? Okay, get rid of this. How much power is being pulled out of the reactor? I don't know. Part of me is like, is it not enough power? Is not enough power being pulled out of the reactor? Like, how much is this? 131,000 FE a tick. So how much, if I used a universal cable, but like the max power, it's 3.27 million. Like, what the fuck? I don't know, just make me a bunch of these then. Like, what the hell? That is so crazy. Yet it needs to eat humans to stay, well, human. So what, when you're infected by this virus, to regain your sentience, you have to eat other humans. That's metal as fuck. That's pretty metal. Alright, remove this. So out with the old, in with the new here. Alright, so how much power is this gonna be then? Okay, goddamn, that takes away all the power from there. They have their own kind of powers. That takes away all the power. Yeah, those cables are infinitely better than the pipes. Alright, so in this case, like, what's going on in the induction thing now? See, like, I don't even think I need to add any more stuff. I don't really need to add another induction cell. It's already crazy. It's already absolutely crazy. Those stronger ones, they have their own powers. I forgot the name of the last one. The Far Gone. Okay, toss this away. So now we've got the induction cell basically done. Let's, I guess we can produce our own plastic. Like, growing plastic, or like growing rubber to make plastic, that's probably out of the question for now. So what I'm gonna need. So plastic, dry rubber, that comes from machine outputs for the latex processing unit. However, what we also need is latex. So I guess, like, we'll need to make some new patterns here. So I'm gonna need a machine, like a pity machine frame. So make me one of these. This should make a latex processing unit. After I make one of these. And then what I need to do is get... Is there a way to place blocks? Yeah, there's a simple block placer. Oh wait, no, there's a block placer from this mod too. However, you need plastic in order for that to work. Okay, fair enough. So what I'm going to need... What were these things called? Alright, I'm going to need to look in the quest book. What was this item called? Industrial Forgoing. We need a fluid extractor. So we need to craft one of these. So give me 4 of these, okay? Yeah, the stronger ones are called supers. And then, I don't think... It's like, we don't really have any logs. Not many, at least. Alright, so let's put this setup, like, right here or something. I don't know how compact I can make this setup. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then what we gotta do is make a latex processing unit... I don't know, we'll put it here. Now what we're going to need are fluid pipes. We're going to need liquid. No, let's just look up pipe. And then we'll probably put a block placer, like, in the ground. it doesn't really matter, like, the rate of this. It doesn't need to be particularly fast. Also, I want to say these things run without power. Yeah, they do, apparently, for some reason. However, I think we should power them anyway. So what we can do, let's go underneath. I will wait. Not my biggest paragraph. What they do is they have special powers. So you get the power to teleport. You then use this to take down another zombie that uses fire, and then you gain the... So what, if you eat another zombie, you gain their powers? Wait, is that what... Wait, hold up. So if you eat another zombie... Honestly, that's kind of badass, actually. This sounds like some shit that you'd see in an anime. This sounds like some gimmick you'd see in an anime, where everybody is, like, under the influence of a virus, where they need to keep eating each other to survive. That sounds metal as fuck. Do any of them, like, are any of them smart enough to, like, form groups? Where they, like, travel together and they, like, have truces not to eat each other? Not to like, eat each other, and they, like, form packs and, like, eat other, like, smaller people? So, like... There's gonna be totally, like, an all-for-one type character who's got, like, an infinite number of powers because he's, like, the biggest fish in the pond. I guess that would be a thing as well, right? There would be, like, one de facto strongest person who has eaten the most people. Yeah, kinda. It's like, I don't know if you know anything about My Hero Academia, but the main villain of that anime, in that world, everybody has, like different superpowers, but there's this one villain who has the power to steal people's powers, and he's the main villain of that anime. So it's kind of like that. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Yeah. I watch MHA. It's like I haven't finished it. I think I stopped, like, at season 4. But I kind of just fell off of it. Because I think it was, like, I caught up, and then I just didn't bother to watch it once it, like, more episodes came out. Do I care? Okay, I honestly have so many points. I don't fucking care. I'm just gonna do this. I think we can increase the speed of these things, but that's gonna require, like, other machinery. Okay, how is this looking? I want to say that powering it makes it faster. And then, of course, we're gonna need another flux point back here. Yeah, automating this process is actually, like, pretty satisfying. So, let's do that. I guess I'll attach a universal cable, because what also needs to happen is that I need to have another sink. Okay, yeah, so where do I want to position this? What's your favorite Minecraft mod? That is a good question. Oh, man. There's, like, a lot that I do like working with. Mechanism's up there, but that's, like, kind of a normie answer. I like working with Mechanism. What mod have I messed with in the past so that I kind of miss? I kind of miss working with. God damn. One mod that I was really fond of that never left 1.12 was Between Lands. Did you ever use Between Lands? That mod is cool. That mod is really cool. But they don't have intentions of making any version of the mod past 1.12, unfortunately. They are called the Bunth, the stronger than the strong. By this point in the story, there are only 7 Bunth. They each have their own gangs, but the infighting is a lot to become stronger. That's a fucking paragraph. I mean, that's less text than other walls of text you sent me. Never used it, but I have faint memories of YouTubers playing it. Yeah, I don't know if you ever played Sevtech. That was like a very necessary mod to get into. So let's... What do I need this sink to be? So let's make me one of these. I want to say I can just pull in water from the side like this. Yeah, see? Oh, how much latex is being stored in here? Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Now what needs to happen is that it needs... Oh, wow. The collection of latex is really, really slow. In case you couldn't tell, mine is either GregTech or SRP. Right. The SRP is like the parasite shit, right? Was that what it was? Because I feel like I've seen, like, I feel like I've seen that mod. There's a free game I wanted to play on Steam. I don't remember. Okay. It's not the... There's one free game that was kind of going around that people were, like, really enjoying. It's like it's like that one anime gacha game where it's like a bunch of horse girls that race each other. That, like, race each other. Like track star, like, in some sort of marathon style. I saw some people, My Hero Ultra Rumble, yeah, fuck no, I'm not playing that game. Yeah, that game sucks. That game sucks, I ain't playing that one. No, not that one? Okay. Okay, here we go. We have one piece of dry rubber. It does, it does. Wait, hold up, is there no longer... Oh, that's really nice. Okay, so there's no longer, like, the little bit of rubber that you have to combine into, like, the dry rubber. Okay, thank God. Yeah, thank God that's not the case. Gray wool. Make me more of this. Goose Goose Duck? I've never, if that's the name of a game, I've never heard of it. Oh, son of a bitch. I want this to be that. I don't know, do I want to have a furnace just out here? I don't know, I guess I can just make an Aldemodium furnace and just leave it out here. And it looks like I never automated the factory augment. Alright, one Aldemodium furnace. Oh, I also noticed this thing is out of power. Or it's running low on power. Okay, so now what we gotta do... Sorry, what was going on? The one that has named herself the Queen of Flames. So reset, auto input, auto output, pull from the left, output on the right. And then what's gonna happen is that we put this in. Like that. Now, obviously, that's very, very overkill. That's incredibly overkill, but it'll work. Yeah, I guess, like, what I'm noticing is that it's not exactly... It's not as good as I thought it would. Well, wait, these things have working areas. I don't know, the machines... Some of the machines that come with, Industrial Foregoing, they can be kind of unintuitive. Her name is Redacted. She killed her family as soon as she was turned into a Fargon. Jesus. This is a wild story you're making here. It's edgy. It's very metal, but I do think it kind of sounds cool. Okay, get rid of this. Yeah, you would have to make several of these, wouldn't you? It's really hard to choose between SRP and Greg Tech since it's like picking between two pieces of music of entirely different genres. Yeah, I can understand that. So you should play a mod pack that features both mods. You need to make a Greg Tech factory while fighting against horrors beyond imagination. The God of Ice, as he calls himself, uses powers of ice. Jeez, how could I have known? What's his powers? What does the God of Ice do? Okay, so how much plastic does that give us? Yeah, wow, we only have 2 pieces of plastic. So, how about a block placer? Alright, so we would need 4 of these. God damn it, we have to wait. However, this is basically automated. Once we get this block done, and he uses a trident that freezes the air around it when he locks the fuck in. Yeah, why? Yeah, why is being a zombie in this universe so fucking cool? Why? Why is being a zombie... Like, are there any normal humans in this universe at this point? Or are everybody just zombies that are trying to eat each other? She calls herself Heresy? I don't know, is this like... Is everybody infected at this point? Or are there actually humans? They're actually like normal humans that are ripe for the eating. SRP is the main reason I wanted to get into Minecraft modding. I wanted to be able to fight the parasites as if it was Ultra Kill. Oh, you need to like, you gotta like recreate that movement. You gotta recreate that movement. You gotta add the parry. Yeah, this thing is like really, really slow. How does one make a speed upgrade? It's like a speed add-on. So it looks like they retextured these. Dissolution chamber. Latex. Of course it takes latex. Yeah, okay, so it triples the output when powered, but what is the best block to get? Okay, so it's still acacia logs. Our main character's sister named Carla. She uses wind so strong it can shake the ocean. I'm not sure about parrying, but movement I could do. The hard part is making it so dealing damage heals you. Okay, so what I need to do now, I need to go get acacia wood. Which, actually, shouldn't be terribly difficult. Yeah, see? Yeah, let's cut to the chase and just use this. So that should quadruple, that should increase the output even more. So it should be like 12. Yeah, it should be like 12 millibuckets. Next to the Goddess of Darkness, the name might fool you, but he uses light magic. His weapon is a spear. Okay, fair enough. So plastic. We now have 4. So now we can make a block placer. I don't know. We'll just make a... I don't know how much can be stored in this. Yeah, I want to say I can make this face upward. Okay, never mind. Another minor issue is coding an add-on is kind of hard. Okay, so here's what I think here's what we'd have to do. So now we need to go underneath. And then do something like this. And then now that should be facing upward. Yeah, see? Alright, so now all I gotta do is just make a lot of acacia wood. And we'll just leave this running for the time being. Alright, what did you just say, Ash? Believe it or not, her power is making you hate yourself and love her more. We won't get in the further that, it will get horny. Jesus, man. Your story really has it all, doesn't it? I'm also noticing my jetpack is dying. Alright, so here's what we'll do. We'll use our... Honestly, I don't see any merit in keeping this here. I'm just gonna bring this back to where I was using it. Alright, so we need to recharge the jetpack. However, what we can also do... We can make ourselves an unobtainium jetpack. I want to say we can. Oh, you can make an unobtainium crossbow. Next to the MC, he has not chosen a name. He just goes by Sath. He's a teleporter. He uses martial arts. Is still working on his powers. Honestly, yeah, that's the kind of versatile moveset I would expect from our anime protagonist. He can just teleport, and he also is really good at fighting. He's just a really good martial artist. It makes sense. It's like every anime protagonist. Their power is normally just has to do with like using their fists. However, it is a very versatile ability. It normally relates to them just like throwing hands, but then like they punch something, but then this happens. That's normally how it always is. Let's also, what was I about to do? I wanted to make the means for this. You may or may not want more nether stars. Let me check on the nether star essence. That I don't have. I could have sworn I was growing nether star essence. Yeah, I could have sworn I was. Let me check the quest book. Did I not make one? It's like the quest book would tell me if I made one. Okay, looks like I never did. Alright, well, it's like I've got 4,000 nether stars. Is that bad? We might need more later. Next one is Garter. Her powers make things explode. She could aim at you and you explode. So, how would anyone counter that? How would anyone counter that? Like, what? She just stares at you and you blow up. He has regeneration, but he feels all the pain. He can be beaten. Yeah, you'd have to, like, you have to, like, beat him into the ground and, like, burn his ashes by sneaking her. Oh, yeah, I guess you'd have to attack her from... Don't let her in. Yeah, I guess you'd have to, like, be out of her line of sight. What was I about to do? So, nether stars, I also wanted to pull out something else. God damn it, because I'm talking with you guys, I completely forgot what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, the unobtainium jetpack. The jetpack. That is the creative jetpack. We want the unobtainium jetpack. So we need one more of these, I believe. And then we'll need 6 more. We'll make 13 of these. And then we'll make, like, a bunch of furnaces. Alright, time to upgrade. So here is an unobtainium jetpack. Alright, so this should charge up. 180 million FE. Let's go back to the bottom. Closer to runners, we have the burned. The burned makes sounds like human crying to lure the humans to eat. How many humans are still left in the world at that point? Like, what's stopping the zombies from eating each other? You know what I mean? Like, if they can eat each other to survive, does it really make a difference if they're eating humans or not? 80,000? They do? Well, it's like, how would the zombies, how does the zombie population, well, I guess the virus still persists. But it's like, how does the population of zombies sustain itself if they have to keep eating each other, you know? Oh, Mr. Zero? Okay. If they keep eating each other. Like, if humans went into hiding and just let the zombies, like, starve themselves and eat each other. Like in that one James Bond scene where Silva in Skyfall told them the story about, like, how they trap rats in a box together. And the rats basically starved to the point where they started eating each other. But then once you freed the 2 remaining rats, they could never go back to the way they were before. That was like a James Bond villain monologue in Skyfall. It's like that. Alright, so recharge this. I just had an idea. What's up? Alright, so now we've got this. Don't open that. Hello, I'm back. Hi, Lan. Welcome back. We were just talking about, this fungus, or this virus zombie apocalypse that Ash has made. He's in Twitch chat right now. And I'm also, like, working on some other stuff. So, mystical agriculture. How much insanium do you think we have right now? Alright, 13 insanium. I'm just gonna let this continue building up. At the point of power, they split apart the new humans because they have cured so much of themselves that they become human, making more humans. I think I understand. Then making more zombies. Shut up, Ash. Man, chill. What if when becoming intelligent, zombies have no knowledge of being zombies, but they slowly lose their intelligence? So, like, their level of sentience correlates to how hungry they are or something? I don't know. I see you are... Stop rage baiting him. Just leave him alone, man. What else do I need here? Oh, right. I guess, like, what could also help? A watering can. I guess, like, this could help if we did this. So, make this. Mystical fertilizer, which we would need to have Inferium in the system to make. So I guess, like, we're gonna need to make more patterns. They would believe that they aren't infected as long as they're intelligent enough to think. I guess that's interesting. It's like, this is a very unique zombie scenario. I would say this is a very unique zombie concept. Alright, so let's go. So we need to make a... So make this. It's like, we're gonna need the recipe for these ingots at some point. I don't know, it's like, would the system be able to make this? I have no idea. Like, let's see if it can do it, because sometimes it's like it'll get pulled, the Inferium might get pulled out of the system to make more Insanium. So try to make one of these. Show me you can make one of these. Okay, it looks like we don't have any problems. If they're below that line, they'll eat freely, but if they're above, they would never eat another human. Where's my good night? Oh, you're leaving? Alright, good night. Mom says I gotta go. Man, Lane, what do you have against Ash? What's your problem with him? Alright, let me, So now I know that works. Let me make mystical fertilizer. We can use this version. Bye. Alright, see you later. Yeah, we'll probably need to make ingots for all of these. So, watering can. Let's, like, make all the recipes for these. And we probably won't be able to make the awakened one. Alright, back to yapping about SRP. Alright. Let me then make the ingots. So Prudentium ingot. We have Tertium ingots. We're gonna have Imperium ingot. And then, of course, a Supremium ingot. Oh, wait, I can just shift... was I able to shift-click this the entire time? In SRP, there is a world tier system similar to Apotheosis, but it cannot be controlled by the player. Yeah, because, like, I guess the virus doesn't wait. The virus ain't gonna wait for you. Alright, make me a watering can. Make me a Supremium watering can. So, unfortunately, we cannot use this for fake players like modular routers, because it was very, very blatantly overpowered. I hate that Ash dude. Yeah, what do you have against him? Okay, what the hell? I thought I just filled this up. Does that have to be an actual source of water? Okay, it looks like it did. Alright, there we go. That's the good shit. Are you gonna make another Nether Star generator? I could. So this is how you would normally accelerate this, but they made it so modular routers cannot use these anymore. They disabled it. So I would have to, like... I'd have to think of a different way to do this. As the parasites infect other mobs, the world's evolution points go up. See, the thing is, since I made this up on a pedestal, on a pillar like this, I don't really have a place to incorporate lily pads of fertility. Oh, does that make the camera fuzzier? Oh, wait, no, it's the webcam. Okay. You're gonna make... Yeah, I'm gonna make another... I could make another Nether Star generator. I just don't really need to. I don't have any reason to right now. Too dark, Lamau? What do you mean? It's not dark enough. It's not dark enough. It needs to get darker. How are we doing on Insanium? 12? Okay. I don't know. How many more growth accelerators can we make? Did I make like 6? This is like, this is what we're working towards. We need to make more of these. It's not easy. Like, we're slowly gonna build this up over the course of a couple streams. Alright, there we go. Now that burns through more of our insanium. But we weren't using it for anything anyway. Yeah, that is a shame. That is a shame. There's no... I don't really have a fast way to do this now. Well, not without it being very, very inconvenient. Because like I said, you would have to make lily pads of fertility up here. I don't know. It's like at a point where it's like, maybe it could have been better if we just copied this. You make magic soil, you would need insanium farmland and insanium stuff to grow vibranium. Yeah, I know. I am aware of that. Wait a minute. Oh, no, this was still growing. Okay, maybe... No, I never did make, Okay, yeah, this is like this is using normal farmland. I was like, I thought, like, I was wondering what this was, and I was like, no, you need the crux, but you don't need, you need the insanium farmland for the Aldemadium ores. Okay. Also, I noticed we have 14,000 piglet hearts. Goddamn. Alright, so what do we need next? What else was on the to-do list? So plastic is done. Power seeds might be something that we also want to, like, start thinking about. I think we can remove this. We don't need this there anymore. Because I think we have plenty of wheat seeds now. Yeah, look at that. They slowly evolve into a pig-sized creature called the Ruptor, which attacks mobs when in groups of 3 or more. Ew. How many more spaces do I have left in this? Alright, so if we want to get into power, we want to get into this. What do we got to do? So basic power. Show me what we got to do in the power mod. Is there a quest book for this? Oh, there it is. Oh, God. So storage, transferring, generation, useful items. So these items here. These are what we want to make seeds out of, because these items are really, really nice. So welcome to power. We need I guess is a wrench. Starting with dielectric casing and 16 dielectric paste. So we're gonna need to do some automation. Once you get to phase 2 and 3, you get assimilated mobs, which are basically an infected version of vanilla Minecraft mobs. Put it on Insanium farmland. Yeah, I'm gonna need to... I kind of just used up all my Insanium. I don't know, I think it's like, we'll slowly replace the dirt on that pedestal with Insanium. So dielectric... So dielectric paste, how is this made? So you can make it like that, which would probably be easier. So I'm gonna need to make blaze powder. I'm gonna need a pattern for that. And then I'm gonna need one for dielectric paste. Which this appears to be the easier recipe. Now what we also need are iron bars. So we're gonna need a recipe for this too. I want to say I don't have this. If 4 or more assimilated mobs are near each other and do not have a target and they have enough evolution point, what, they combine into like a bigger, badder one? To make the alloy tools, you need Forbidden Arcanus Essence. Okay, yeah. I haven't done Forbidden and Arcanus yet. Alright, let's try adding it and see if we... I don't think... Do we have iron bars? Available 6. Oh, we do not have them available. So, dielectric... Make a set of this. And then make me one of these. Okay. These guys are already at the strength of something like Piglin Brutes and much more mobility. Alright, dielectric casing. That's another part of the power quest line. So, what we're gonna need... Oh, okay, it did not count when I picked it up. Or did it? Okay, no, there we go. Alright, so now what we need is this. Oh, what the fuck? In the beginning, you can get with creating the starter and basic tier machines using iron, but you'll eventually need to create energizing mats using the energizing orb. The energizing orb will energize items using nearby energizing rods within a 9x9 area around it, creating better materials for you to use to progress through the tiers in power. Alright, well, fair enough. Okay. So we're gonna need our starter energizing rods. So we need to make basic capacitors. So we'll need to make tiny capacitors, which are used like this, and then basic capacitors built like this. There's also a basic capacitor large, which I guess we'll make. With enough kills, the primitive parasites evolve into their adaptive parasites, which are extremely strong. Insanium is used to make creative essence. Yeah, I'm also aware of that as well. So, dielectric, let's toss this away. Now, what else do I need here? So we'll need the starting energizing rods. And then what we'll also need is to make some of the capacitors. And then we combine them. You cannot combine them back. So we'll have basic capacitors, and then we have a large capacitor. I don't know. This shit goes so deep. Yeah, everything you've explained to me. That is a lot. That is a lot of stuff that can happen with these mobs. Alright, so basic capacitor, and do that. Alright, add this to the system. Now what we have to do, we'll need to make a place to set this up, to set up power in the first place. Honestly, maybe we can actually use this room. Maybe this room can be used for power. I don't know, again, this room isn't being used for anything else. So, rod. So make me 9 of these. I don't know, I guess what we can do is just have like a local cable. Oh, I had no idea they didn't stack. That's surprising. Alright, just make like a normal energy cube for now. I don't know, it could be directly connected to this thing. Alright, so what we can do... We would have to, like, make another, another side here. So, what we're gonna need is an induction... We'll need an induction port. And that shouldn't affect the power. It should not. Yeah, it retained... Luckily, it's smart enough to somehow retain the power that's inside it. With the configurator, take this out. And we're basically going to guide this into the other room. Did you look at the Productive Bees mod? Not yet. I think that'll be done next stream. I haven't found the time to go and explore the mod. I haven't found the time to like mess with it myself. Do these things have to be... Okay, cool. They can be connected like this. Yeah, we could do something like this. So no matter what, you take at least some damage. Alright, now we gotta guide it back over to where the induction cell is. Which I have accidentally carved into it. Alright, which actually works out pretty cleanly. Alright, so this is how the power can get transferred. Now what we need is an energizing pedestal. If we want to get any of this stuff done. Yeah, we need the energizing... So we need energizing energy cables and energizing orb. So energizing orb. Make me one of these. And then I guess like I don't know, just for the quest. We can make the energy cables. You should probably make another nether star generator. Yeah, I eventually will. Well, how many I can make another one. However, I'm not sure if I have enough nether stars to support it. I think we need to actually like either grow nether stars or find a way to more actively I need to 1 second. I need to make more of these. Alright, we'll make 5,000 of those. It's like, I don't have a way to retain a certain number of those matrices. I would love to be able to, though. I just don't really know how to do that. Alright, so while that's working, we can now put this down here. Now what's going to happen is that we should be able to just make energized steel. Which is just like that. Now, we don't want to keep doing this because that's annoying and dumb. That's why it gives us the ability to grow this. So, energized steel. So, energized steel seeds, that takes a oh my god. Alright, so that takes a decent bit. So let's take gold and iron. Let's get like roughly 2 stacks of this. Now, enjoy this site. We're gonna be here for a moment. Get the top tier of the Energizer rods? Well, yeah, we're a bit far off of that for now. Yeah, I don't really know a clean way to automate this. Can we do this with, like, blocks? You can automate this with modular routers. I do not really know how to use modular routers. I hope you have a nice day. Welcome back. I don't really know how to use modular routers. I am familiar with them. Or, like, I've heard of them, but I don't really know how to use them. The top tier will take for the alloy and take over 1 billion energy to produce an ingot. Yeah, I'm aware of that, too. Did you try the game? I went and looked at it on itch.io. I did not find the time to try it, unfortunately. Yeah, I didn't really get a chance. I just kind of read its description, looked at it on itch.io, and then I just kind of forgot about it. My bad. I think I mentioned earlier that I haven't really spent as much time just playing games for myself. I've either been, like, editing videos or, like, messing around in Unity still. Yeah, so how would this work? How would we do this? Detector, distributor, sender module, dropper, energy distributor, energy output, extruder, flinger, fluid modules, player modules. Classic Dan forgetting behavior. It wasn't that I forgot. Well, no, maybe it's just like, yeah, I guess I did forget. I don't know, saying like I did remember, I just chose not to do it. I was like, no, that excuse doesn't sound better either. That doesn't sound any better. Redstone augment, regulator, stack, XP vacuum, inspection filter, augment core. Yeah, what the heck? I honestly don't know how the hell this works. Is there, does the quest book explain any of this? Modular routers. So it all starts with the routers. The buffer is the single item slot in the router where items will come and go through. It will need redstone signals for most modules to work. So what? I would need like fast pickup redstone. Play it on stream for 10 minutes. I'm joking. Routers for farming. I don't need that. Routers for mob farms. Routers for mining. What about routers for moving items? Well, routers for moving items, pushing augments. Yeah, what is this? So, don't feel like mining a bunch of ores. Let routers do it for you. Use a placer. Place down the ores. Let it enhance. Pushing augment might be it. Extruder pushes blocks an entity. Well, no, it's like it's literally pushing. Tag filter. Is it like the puller module? Yeah, I think this is what we want. So we want two things. We want a sender module and we want a puller module. And then, okay, it looks like there's two different ways to make this, which is good. I guess we're probably going to need to... Oh, shit. So paper... Oh, no, we can do this. Mystical agriculture just solves most of our problems. So that's obviously overkill, but we're just going to save these anyway. I'd rather you not do that. I mean, I'm going to break that down anyway, but I'd rather that not happen. I'm probably just going to have to use pistons instead. Hey, give me that. I don't know, I haven't reforged my armor or done anything like that. I don't really feel the need to right now. Because like, my armor is already pretty strong. We haven't really fought any of the Cataclysm bosses yet. Which we should at some point. Let's make 57 of these. So here is a sender module. We'll need 2 sender modules and then... Oh, whoops. I made 3. And I guess we'll need 1 puller module. So this takes a sticky piston. I don't know, I'm taking a guess at how this works. Let's say we have these 3 modules. So it needs sender. This takes sender. Direction none. Blacklist empty. Hold I for more info. So sends items from the router. Clear line of sight. Directly along an XYZ axis. So what? Let's say I put this in. Redstone mode always. You might need a filter module and not take the golden iron out. Is that not how this works? Range 8, base 8, match any. Or it says, like, not bound. It says the middle click, which I'm trying the middle click. Let me go into the controls. So, category, modular routers. So, configure installed module. Apparently the C key. Let's make it like numpad 1. Show overlay. Yeah, get that out of here. So what is this? Oh, what the fuck? Match any. Blacklist, always continue. Alright, the area of the GUI allows you to define the direction. This direction is relative to the front of the router. The default direction is none, for which most modules means the module will not run. You need to define a direction. Okay, this is a learning experience for me, alright? Has clear line of sight. Blacklist. Wait, which is the front? Hold up, is it? I think this is the front. I think you need a higher tier sender. If I recall, you can right click with the sender on blocks to configure it somehow. Alright, 1 second. So sender module tier 2. Oh. Okay, so now it's it'll actually like identify it. All right, so here we go. Oh wait. It shouldn't be doing that. I want it to only send one at a time. Because the part of the recipe, you only need one. So in the energizing for this, you have to specifically only have one iron ingot and one gold ingot in there. I don't know, unless like I'd have to run this on like a clock or something. You know what I mean? Do I have a redstone clock? What is this? Clock frequency 5? Could have sworn there was a way to put one in. Okay. I think it was in filter modules. Alright, this isn't working. Alright, 1 second. Let me look into filter modules. So for filter modules, iron utility vest. I've never heard of this. If you try to do it in hardcore, when and what do you think? Probably not. I think that's like way too much progress to risk losing. That's why I don't feel like doing it. And it's like I'm still like I'm trying to learn how to use all this as well. Is it not called a filter? Minecraft hardcore all the mods 10. I don't know. That would also require me to like go back to the very beginning and restart the playthrough. Like in the future. I don't really feel like doing that. Alright, so what we need... Creative module, fluid module... What is this? Valid user, welcome back. Filter round robin augment. Regulator augment. When moving, item routers can get pretty greedy, taking every single item they can. Oh, okay. Limit how much is moved. Okay, this is what we want. I decided to do something dumb. And what would that be? Humor me. Okay, so let's do a regulator. We will need 2 of these. Alright, make 2 more. Alright, so what we want to do is inside here. What? Wait. Allows precise control over how many items are kept in an inventory. Is that not how that works? Wait, what's going on here? The augment goes in the sender. Oh, what the heck? I decided to try DOG even though I've done Brain of Cthulhu. I'm doing this following the wiki for weapons, and I'm doing this on expert mode, all in journey mode, just to see if I can. Yeah, it's like, you don't necessarily have to jump into Revengeance mode just yet. You are missing, like, a bit of the game mechanics from doing that. But it's like, it's your call. Item regulation. Only insert when inventory has fewer than this many of the item. When extracting, only extract if the inventory has more of this. So, only insert when inventory has fewer than this many of the item. Is it talking about the target inventory? Is this talking about the target inventory? Let's just try 1. I think so. It's like a little confusing. And if I were to take one out... Okay, I'm starting to understand how this mod works now. Okay, so in this case, I need to do the same thing for this one. Alright, and then in this one's case, we're gonna need a filter augment. What if you did this in hardcore mode? I would have died back in day 2 because I tried to do some stupid stunt. Filter, round robin, mimic, pickup delay. Is this what we're looking for? So, instead of the default any all behavior, the module will match against a single item from the filter. I want to say this is what we're looking for. So, inside the puller, we want this. Match any item in the filter. Okay, why not use the pattern provider? Because this energizing orb behaves very, very strangely. Because, like, if I tried to bulk craft any of this, like, if I tried to, like, bulk craft any of this, it would not go well. Because, like, it would try to stuff all of it into the energizing orb, and you need to very precisely only have one of each inside it. Like this. That's why we're using routers. Oh, wait, do I not need... Do I not need this? Oh, I bet I need a... Yeah, I need a tier 2, don't I? So only whitelist this. I'm looking for the video where I first watched the routers. Whitelist, energized steel. Excuse me? This is a puller. The max tier is the one that had red. Yeah. Ignore item components, any... Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it looks like it's working now. Albeit a little slowly. Blocking mode and pattern provider. It'll send one recipe until it finishes crafting. Zata, welcome to the stream. I have never... Blocking mode. Is this some kind of, like... Pattern provider... Oh. So do not push crafting ingredients if the inventory contains a pattern input. I think I've led you down a rabbit hole you didn't need to go down. I mean, modular routers are still useful anyway, but... You know what? I didn't even think of this. Like, I honestly didn't know you could do this. So we could just, like, make it so we send things to the energy orb. Okay, thanks. Well, we still have this anyway. Okay, so all I'd really have to do... Oh, hi. I kind of forgot about these. I kind of forgot about these two down here. The video I watched using modular routers to automate mystical agriculture, not power. Okay, so we need to... Oh, shit. Where is this? So the pattern provider would probably have to go down here. Well, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm not sure, like, has that always been a thing in Applied Energistics? So, blocking mode. And then what we gotta do is make an import bus that is set to only take... energized steel for the time being. I don't know, we'll just do that. Alright, and then we'll also need to make some more smart cables. Actually, you know what? We might have enough. How many channels is this? 9 out of 32? Yeah, we can still use this. Is it just me or is the stream kind of quiet? Well, there's not too many people here today. I don't mind people that if they're just lurking. They're just simply awestruck by my veteran gameplay. Alright, let me go back around. I have music in another tab. It's kind of overpowering the stream, even when the music is at 25% volume. Sometimes I normally don't have, like, music playing, and at the same time also have, like, another YouTube video playing. I normally don't do that. Okay, so here's what we can do. Let's go into the patterns. Let's go into processing patterns. Now, we're going to need energized steel. And then we're going to need 1 gold and 1 iron. I do it a lot. Yeah, I normally don't do that. Okay, toss this in. Too much, even? Alright, so get this out of here. So, let's give this a shot. I think there was like an input in there already. Alright, yeah, there we go. So make like 100 of these. See if you can make 100 of these. Oh my god, that is amazing. Yeah, that is infinitely less work. That is infinitely less work. Holy shit. And then we can make things even easier when we just make a seed out of this. Yeah, that is so cool. It's like a Planet Logistics helping out again. Yeah, the only issue is that it's not exactly clean. Yeah, that should be just about done now. Yeah, it's making... It's probably making more than I've bargained for. Actually, you know what? We might still be short. Yeah, we actually are still short. Make like 10 more. Make the maximum tier of Energizer rods to make it instant? Well, yeah, I'll get to that. Alright, for now what I can do is I can make this and energize seed. It takes Imperium essence. And then, of course, like usual, we're also going to need a based seed. And then we don't really have to worry about using this recipe again, unless we really need to. I'll probably leave it in the system anyway. Shit. Alright, so what's next on the agenda for this mod? I don't even think this is a quest. Oh, no, never mind, it is. I think, like, every seed is listed as, like, say, oh, you should craft this. I'm just looking at how many more slots I have. It looks like I have around 5 more slots. And then we'll probably have to make an entirely new array. Alright, so what's up next in our agenda here? For power. So I guess, like, upgrading the energizing rods is probably a good move, a good call. So if I looked into energizing rods and thought of trying to make patterns out of them. So energizing rod, basic. And then it looks like it takes a block of quartz, which I guess will now need to also be turned into a pattern. So basic rods. Then we're gonna need hardened rods, which looks like they take entirely new things. Okay, yeah, we can make this too. Make one right next to it. Get more of a protective beast to produce their ores, like honeycombs. Make one right next to it. Well, I don't have access to productive bees yet. Well, I don't really know how to get into them. I need to watch that video again, because I don't entirely understand it. But I bet, like, similar to modular routers, once I figure it out, it'll probably be very easy. I just haven't gotten around to it. So we also have blazing, which require blazing crystals. Which, like, honestly, we might actually... I wonder how hard it would be to do this. So you just need a blaze rod, and then you need a blazing... It makes a blazing crystal. Yeah, how fast is this? Okay, so we would probably need, like, slightly better rods for this. So toss that in the filter too. You need to get certain bees to breed for Orbeez. Alright, let's see how good, let's see, like, the best energizing rods we can make at the moment. It's like, can we... I guess, like, we can't really make the hardened ones for now. Actually, we might be able to. So, make me 9 of these. Yeah, I guess, like, eventually these recipes would become obsolete, considering that we could just use essence to make them. And, like, we get essence reasonably quickly. Yeah, hopefully that'll be more instant. Yeah, because for now it has to take a moment to make the energized steel anyway. Make blazing crystal seeds? That is exactly what I am doing. Why do you think I'm doing this? Why did you think I made the blazing crystal in the first place? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't like how these don't stack. I don't really understand why they don't stack. So starter. I could have turned the starters into the hardened ones. I just didn't bother to tear them down. Well, it's like I needed them to be here in the first place. So I could even craft these. So I had to have the 9 lying around. Alright, so let's go, let's see Blaze Rod. Make this. Alright, so let's see how this works. So, make me 100 blazing crystals. Alright, so that looks like it's nearly instant. That looks pretty damn good. And then we can easily turn that into a seed as well. How's the power looking here? It looks like the power is still going up no matter what we do, which is great. Because if you haven't noticed, this thing has been running almost the entire time. This thing has been running almost the entire time. It's about to get through all the copper, which, like, honestly, that copper shouldn't even be in there. So it's like, I bet inside the system we have more copper than we know what to do with. Yeah, 179,000 copper. Yeah, we'll have it smelt and process the ores that we actually care about. We have more copper than we know what to do with. Alright, top tier, baby. Yeah, we're getting there. It's like, I feel like this would be very feasible to kind of get through this. I feel like we can make a lot of progress with Power right now. Yeah, what else was on my clipboard? My clipboard wasn't even a full, like, thing yet. I didn't do the 4 times ore smelting. I haven't set that up yet. I don't know, maybe we can put that in the, we can put that setup inside the Colossal compact machine. Maybe that could be a good place to put it, because I made this thing and I just didn't use it. Okay. So how many crystals do we have now? I don't think this is enough. Oh yeah, we actually might need way more. We might need way more of these. Because I want to say, if we want to make a blazing crystal seed, yeah, it takes a lot. So I guess that's like, what, 81 each? So you'd have to make like 1,000 of these. You have to make so many of these. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So we'll just leave that running for a bit. Alright, so what else can I get done while I'm waiting? How's the plastic supply? I think we should make the dissolution chamber. Alright, 71 plastic. That's perfectly feasible for our purposes. So what I can now do, I can make the dissolution chamber. Which is like, this is a nice block. This is a nice machine. Albeit a bit unintuitive to use. I saw Arc Duntris tried to produce the alloys and it took like 1 billion energy. Yeah, I bet it'll get crazy. 74%, nice. Well, 74% for what? I wasn't paying attention. What are we talking about? I put this here. So, the problem is we'll need latex. We need a lot of latex. Which I'm thinking, like, how much latex is being stored here? I don't know. We're not producing latex quickly enough at all. I don't know. What's the best way we could go about doing this? So triple when powered. Looks like there's no other block that produces more latex than this. So we'd have to like get our own. We'd have to get our own setup to produce the latex to do anything in the dissolution chamber. If we wanted to get like speed add-ons or something. Devour of Gods. Oh, you're talking about Devour of Gods. Okay. Yeah, is this like this is just like expert mode, right? No, not Revengeance or Death or Infernum. So like you shouldn't have that big of a. You shouldn't have a huge amount of problems. Pump fluid into the system using pipes? I could. Because like that setup is producing the plastic. I feel like latex is a bit harder to create. Revengeance? Okay. I feel like latex is a bit harder to make now. Or it's like slower. So 4-1 worked for mangrove trees. So acacia and mangrove are what we want to use the most. Anything else is just kind of like, any other wood just seems to be bad. Alright, fair enough. How's this looking? Alright, this is actually already enough. So if we want to make a blazing crystal seed, what does that take? More Imperium. Just honestly make 2 more of these. Did I put away my seed base? You also need ether gas and wither and pink soul lava, etc. Yeah, I'm aware of that too. Alright, until then, we now have some blazing crystal seeds. This will probably be pretty useful as well. Alright, so was there a slot up front that I just missed? Okay, that's where the wheat formerly was. Alright, so with the blazing crystals, we could probably make the... Can we make the better energizing rods? So you would need to make a blazing capacitor. So add this pattern, and then blazing capacitor rod like this. Can dripstone make a duplicate of soul lava? I don't know. I mean, I gotta go back to that library to get more soul, to get actual soul lava. And there's niotic crystals, which I have like, what the fuck is that? Okay, that's also a very basic recipe. Alright, fair enough. I think we can cancel this. What is the narcotic crystals? Well, it's like, it's the niotic crystal. Excuse you. It's a niotic crystal. Ooh, energizes, spirited. Spirited. Do you mean the name of the game that I was thinking of making? That's the name of the story I was like that was concocting. No way. It's the name of like the subset of humans that I was like talking about that are like magic and shit. Okay, so blazing. All right, toss these boys away. In with the blazing ones. All right, there we go. So I guess like now we can make Naiada crystals. So we can just do this. Add a processing pattern for this. And then what I'm also gonna need, I'm gonna have to get one myself. Because I need a way to I need to like filter it into here. Alright, make me like 500 of these. I bet this is like gonna start taking like an absurd amount of power. Diamonds in the Energizer system, then Emerald? Yeah. I have a feeling this is gonna start burning through our power. No, it seems to still be doing fine. Power still seems stable. However, I am noticing... Oh, what is going on here? Oh, I was about to say, I was like, no, it's moving so fast. It's moving so quickly that I was just not seeing... It's just not even being animated. I was staring at this and I was like, oh, it doesn't look like it's working. Alright, awesome. Yeah, it's like a couple specific things from Powa that I need to make for the star. So I'm just like, we might as well go through its progression. Turn on a nether star generator? Well, the thing about the nether star generator is that, oh, fuck. Like, let me show you this. It's like attaching it like this. It honestly eats a lot of power. It eats like a fuck ton of power. Yeah, it also burns through nether stars. It like absolutely burns through them. Is there like any like generator upgrades that make these more efficient? Add generators galore. Oh no, that's I think that's only for charging items. I completely forgot. Yeah, this thing's buffer is gonna be absolutely massive. Alright, how's this looking? It's just about done. And then, of course, we can make a seed for this. Plug it into the system on the side is the... On the side is the most efficient? What do you mean the most efficient? I got the second phase. It's not hard if you just don't move. I mean, like, you just gotta avoid getting hit by its head. That's really the major problem. The head is, like, the dangerous part. Make another one and plug it into the system? 1 second. We can afford to make... Actually, wait, no, we did make one. What, like, plug it into a... Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I want to say this won't bottleneck. And it's like, I don't even know if, like, the power, if this thing is designed to take that much. Like, if I have enough induction cells, or providers to move this much power? Looks like I do. Yeah, it looks like I do. So yeah, that's an insane amount of power that's entered the system. So how do I make Niotic seeds? Double efficiency? Okay, so we're gonna need a small load of 4 Supremium Essence. Alright, so here's our Niotic Crystal Seed. So we've got like maybe 3 more slots, 2 more slots left. So now what comes next on the energizing rods? Or the spirited ones. So we're gonna need to make ourselves... We're gonna need the spirited capacitor. Oh wait, no, did I not make... Oh, these are so blazing. Okay, so this thing could be even faster, honestly. So I didn't even make these. I didn't make the recipe for this. So, Nayada, get the Emerald Seed, charged seeds if possible. I'm probably gonna do that. So I'll need this, and then I'm gonna need the Spirited. I'll need the Spirited Crystal Seeds. So I'll need this recipe. And then, like, we'll also need the Spirited Capacitor, and then we'll also need a Energizing Rod like that. Spirited Crystal Seeds? That is exactly what I am working towards. See, that's already pretty fast. Yeah, like, the energizing rods already operate pretty quickly, but we'll probably need more of those energizing rods. We'll need energizing rods of that sort of power output when we want to do, like, the more serious stuff. We want to do, like, the very serious stuff. So, honestly, energizing rod... Spirited. Oh, right. Wait, did I not put the pattern in? My bad. So put that in. So... I don't know, what's the next tier? Maybe we don't even need to make these. So there's Spirited, and then there's Nitro. Which take Nitro Crystals. And how much is that? Oh. Make it faster with Niotic Energizer Rods? Okay, so that's that's a hefty amount of power. It's not, yeah, and a fluke to 22%. Yeah, I would imagine we'd want, yeah, this is how, yeah, we want this. Oh, wow, that takes Insanium Essence. Jesus Christ. So, Nitro Crystal Seeds. I don't think they need any... They don't need any special, ingredients. Or not ingredients, any other, like, any special crux. So that's good. But then you also need a Nether Star. Alright, so processing pattern for this. Is Adrenaline supposed to go up that fast? I don't know. It depends on, like, what your accessories are. Some accessories that you have increase the speed of your Adrenaline. Increase, like, the speed at which your Adrenaline, like, is gained. I don't know. Maybe you're seeing things. Because, like, I want to say that unless you... There's, like, a certain item that you get, I think, from Slime God that makes your Adrenaline faster. It rises slightly faster. And then there's also, like, an item from Poltergeist, I believe, that gives you more damage from your Adrenaline. Yeah, that's intentional, I think. I'm not getting hit, so yeah, that must mean you're good enough at Devourer of Gods that you're not getting hit more, that you're avoiding taking damage more often. Which is good for that fight. They need magic soil to grow? Oh wait, really? Do nitro crystals also need magic soil? Oh, you need a nitro crystal crux. Oh. Interesting. And of course that takes a shit ton of Insanium. No gel pack or anything? Alright, how about we make... Just make 500 of those. I'll come back to you. For tier 6 only? Yeah. I'll come back to that. Alright, so what else can we get done? Like, we honestly, like, powered through power. It's like, what else? Is there anything else in this mod that I would want? Apart from, like, the endgame materials that'll probably be used for the star? There's, like, some special energy cables. And then there's an energy hopper, discharger, transmitter, battery. There's magamators. There's solar panel nitro. Solar panel nitro. I can see why you wanted me to make this. I can see why we want this. Yeah, that is really good. Solar panels that generate 50,000 FE a tick. We could probably stuff that in the mining dimension. Thermo generator? What about thermo generator? What is this? Is this like lava? Heat sources. Oh, wait. So, wait. Does this thing generate power from just being next to a certain liquid? Is that what this is? It says it generates 1.7k, which I guess is not as impressive as I would want it to be. I don't know. Solar panels seem like an interesting prospect. How good is, like, the spirited one? Oh, wow. Okay, the nitro crystal one is, like, infinitely better. Soul lava is 9 times that. Wait, does it generate more power based on the heat source that is next to it? Lava, soul lava, blazing block? Does it gain more power based on the block it's next to? Because it doesn't explicitly tell me. Make them all? This is a Furnator. I'm not really sure if we would even need this. Alright, so how's this looking? Yeah, it's like, if I look up... I guess, like, we'll have to stick with just making the power crystal. We'll have to stick with making the nitro crystal here. And, like, maybe we can use it as a means to make the solar panels. Yes? Okay. So, okay, if that's the case... Is it, like... So, it's, like, is it, like, a multiplier based on how much power it generates in the first place? Like, for example, since it generates 1.7k per tick, do you know exactly how much it would generate if it was next to soul lava? Like, would it be, like, 1.7 times 9... Like, 1.7k times 9k... Like, times 9k? Is that what that would be, then? I just want to make sure I understand what this would do exactly. That's how it works? Okay. Make the Energizer Rod suit. Yeah, I know. Okay, I can see why this would be useful, then. 1 second. I need to turn on my lamp for this. I gotta use my calculator. So that would mean, like, 1.7 times 9,000. Okay, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. What the fuck? That's like 15 million FE. So if it's... No, that doesn't sound right at all. Wait. So this thing generates 1.7k FE. If you multiply that by 9,000, that is like 15... Oh, it's 9x. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. You had me like tweaking for a second. Like, what the fuck? So in that case, that is like... Okay, that is like 15. That's like 15k FE a tick. That's not bad either. Yeah, that's not bad either. Or no, what? 1.7 times 9,000? Which I think would arrive at the... Yeah, that arrives at the same number I had anyway. Okay, so that's like... I can see why this would be useful. I can see why this would be a good power source. Now, what about the reactor? Power generation, 500k FE a tick. Which is already... My reactor already generates that much power. Alright, we're close to having the means to make the spirited crystal. The only thing they consume is water, which is infinite. Okay. Now, what else needs to be done around here? How's this looking? The buffer is honestly coming along great. I think, yeah, these two are just completely out. Yeah, it's like they generate so much damn power. Alright, how's this looking? Yeah, we'll leave that to keep working. And then I guess what I'll need to do now is I'm going to need to make... So the Energizer... So the energizing rods that are spirited... Yeah, I guess we'll probably need to make the spirited rods first, and then we'll make the nitro rods. Yeah, it takes a block of blazing crystals, and then it also takes another star. Make the seeds? Well, okay, that's easier said than done. Like, how much insanium do I have right now? I have 5. So, I guess, like, maybe by the end of the stream I might be able to. It depends on how fast I'm generating insanium. Because, like, this is my setup right now, which is, like, honestly... I was wondering if, like, maybe it might have end up being, like, a better setup if I just made, like, an inferium setup using this. Like, with the same mindset. Using, like, the special farmland to just make it as fast as possible. Because what I was planning to do, like, I know that when you use a higher tier, farmland, it makes it so it generates, like, 3 times the amount after it's harvested. It doesn't make it faster. That's why you use growth accelerators. That's why you use the growth accelerators down here. I don't know. It's not like, it's not as easy as I would have liked. But, you know what? I like a challenge. I don't know. Isn't there like a... Can you compact them into blocks? What? Compact like the growth accelerators into blocks? I don't think you can. I'm not really sure what you mean. It's like hydroponic bed might be something we'd want. Because I think you can make this super, super fast. If you want to grow like a... Well, I don't even know if that's worth making at this point. How's this looking? Make Insanium farmland? Well, yeah, the thing about Insanium farmland is that I would need like 80 of it. I need like 80 of it, which is like, we're not getting that much for a while. We're not going to have that much for a while. Oh, whoops. Yikes. I didn't mean to do that. I don't think that should disrupt anything. So we're going to need... We'll need 6 more of these, and then the rest of this can stay in here. We'll need more Supremium. We'll need more of this. And this is like the second to last power seed that we would need. that will be growing, which is pretty nice. Something I also wanted to look into. Yeah, you can make a refined obsidian seed as well. I don't know. It's like, I didn't really like going through the process of making it. So I might actually just make this as well. So, Imperium. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this alloy is useful. We would need this alloy for certain things, so I might as well have this be part of the farm as well. And I also think these are the last 2 slots we have before we need to make an entirely new array. Yeah, I think that's everything. I think that's all of them. There's no more. So we've essentially grown, like, what, 80 or so different seeds? Maybe not 80. I think it's around, like, 50. It's pretty damn nice. So we'll have to make an entirely new array if we want to grow, like, more individual seeds. Alright, so what else can I do now? I guess we can now make the energizing rods. So, energize... spirited energizing rods. So make me 9 of these. Alright, and then we'll just be waiting on that. Start making another 9x9 like the previous one. You right. So, here's what we're gonna need. At applied energistics. I don't really know how much of each we're gonna specifically need. So, growth accelerators. Let's also... We're gonna need more farmland, which it looks like we already have plenty of. Now, basically, we were doing this in a very specific way. Where was it? It was like, there was a certain type of fertilizer we were making, which was this, the red fertilizer. Hopefully we have enough bone meal in the inside our setup. And then this also needs red dye, which red dye is really, really easy to come by. So expanding this setup should be much more straightforward. And honestly, I think that's overkill. So we're also going to need deep slate. We need more deep slate brick. What I've also noticed is that the energizing... The spirited energizing rods are done. And then we can just toss the blazing ones away. So these are the second best energizing rods that we can work with. Very good power output. Alright, so let me go check this out. So, how do I intend to extend this? I guess what we can do... I'm gonna need a second harvester pylon, essentially. I don't know, let's have, like, let's just have, like, a bit of a separation. So it'd be easier for me to copy this. So it's something like this. And of course, we're gonna have to go underneath and add all the generators. Yeah, the resonance generators. I don't even think I have these in the auto crafting system. So we'll need to extend its functionality right now, too. Yeah, they're not part of the system. So let me make... Yeah, we need this as part of the system now. I don't know how many... Are we able to... Okay, so Fluix blocks and charged Certus crystals. Do I have a way to make more charged Certus crystals? Ooh. I guess, like, it was a good thing I set up power. Yeah, let me make sure I'm reading that right. I'm not sure why it lets you put in a charge one. That's kind of weird. I don't know if it's like... I don't think it's as efficient, by the way. But honestly, I think this could be useful. Honestly, wait, actually, hold up. So 6 and then charge Certus crystal. Let's do this instead. So show me what you can do here. Let's make only 100 first of all. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, right. Charge. I need to add this to the filter. All right, cool. Now this should be working very, very quickly. Yeah, it's like, it might be working so quickly that the acceleration, it's like the acceleration cards aren't fast enough. That's how fast it is now. We're also running out of P8 juice. How much more of this can we make? Make another stack of it. With all my extra beetroots. It's like with Nature Essence, we can make pretty much any vegetable we want. We can make infinite P8 juice. Also, I think it's already done. Yeah, wow, that was really fast. Alright, so what we need are... We need this. And then I guess we'll also need a Fluix block. So we're going to need to add one final recipe. And that stuff is made through Mystical Agriculture, so that's much easier to work with. So let's go... Oh, I guess I don't have the Mystical Agriculture recipe in this. Oh, I haven't, like, added it yet. Alright, there we go. So I'm also going to need another harvester pylon. And then I'm going to need another Aldemodium hoe. So give me one of these. I think there's like, you can make an unbreakable hoe with a Mystical Agriculture, but I just find this easier. It's like, at this point, Aldemodium is kind of like a cheap resource. And the tool's unbreakable as well. Make it legendary? There's no reason to. Unless you were joking. There's no reason to do that. Alright, so inside, if we want to make this look like this. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is where the harvester pylon's gonna be. Make it have fortune and nature's blessing? Wait, does that increase how much essence we get? Like, does it having, like, a high level of fortune increase the amount of essences we get from this? Wait. And what does nature's blessing do? Ho may be used to bone meal crops. What the fuck? Alright, hold up. Hold up a second. What? Wait, 1 second here. So, nature's blessing. What's the highest level I got here? It does? Oh, whoops. I'll put that back in there. I'll just grindstone this. And then make it legendary? Okay, so what are we seeking here? What do we gain from making this legendary? What are we trying to find? Like, do we want gems? Are we like trying to get gem sockets so we can just like apply more fortune to it or something? Now one could consider me struggling. I'm still having fun. Yeah, Lane, is that what you're getting at? Alright. Sigil Rebirth, Godforged Pearl. For the Unbreakable? I mean, the tool's already unbreakable. The tool's already unbreakable. It's an Aluminium hoe. Yeah, all the Aluminium tools are just already unbreakable. Alright, well, we'll use this. Yeah, I have no idea if that affects things. Like, does that actually work? Because I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't really sure how fast it was in the first place. So I guess like I should probably do it on this thing too. Okay, so we're gonna need fortune. And then nature's blessing. Makes it faster? Alright. So, I don't even know if this will work because of the specific farmland that's being used here. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know if it's, like, affecting this. I can always use my watering can. Which, unfortunately, we can't use ourselves anymore. Alright, so this is, I'm trying to remember how this pattern is gonna go. Okay, so let me put away these pearls. Let me get a bucket out. Maybe it works on regular farmland? Yeah, and I guess, like, it would be up for grabs, which would be faster. Okay, let me get this ready. Alright, so right here. We're gonna have to make this look kind of ugly for a second. Shit. Alright, so that's what it's gonna look like. Like I said, we're copying essentially what we did before. Do you have a copy-paste gadget? I do not. However, would it copy the farmland? Like how would it deal with this? Because you had to place a farmland block down, and then you'd have to apply the fertilizer to it. How does it deal with this? Oh, welcome to the stream, by the way, Hami. I think it counts as farmland. All right, let's give it a shot. And then it's like, if that's the case, then I'll just, if it, like, copies the farmland, then I'll just have to fertilize it myself manually, which I guess is not a big deal. So, copy-paste gadget. I have not used this thing before, by the way. I have not used this thing before. Once you copy, it shows a list of the blocks. So what I essentially need... I need this part here. Oh no, I need this part. Okay, how about this? Let's, to make sure I fully understand what the hell we're doing here. Let me just, like, start over. Let me, like, remove this. So this is like this here is kind of like a boundary around everything. So I want, like, this corner. And then, what is this? Am I gonna need to... Okay, am I gonna need, like, some scaffolding here? Because I need to capture the ender chest. Oh, wait, I hope it doesn't make me, like, say, like, hey, you need to copy the seeds, too. Once you set an initial range, you can tune it. Bro, the pen icon. Oh, settings. Okay, well, I wish I could fucking see what I'm adjusting here. Okay, it needs to be down. And then I guess I need this to move. Yeah, I want to say, will it copy the seeds? Like, you know what I mean? Since there's seeds sitting inside this thing, will that affect things too? If I've already got stuff planted? I guess I'm also gonna need an ender chest of, like, not the seeds. You can also partial paste. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Okay, so it wasn't exactly a perfect paste. Does this thing have a... It's because I didn't have the generators. I didn't have the generators in my inventory. Can't do pipes? Alright, that's whatever. Close enough. Is there an undo? Ooh. See, it shows a picture here. So I guess, like, it doesn't do... Okay, let me try this again. It looks like it doesn't copy the farmland. It didn't seem to copy the farmland, which honestly is not that big of a deal. So I'm gonna need this. It only uses what you have in your inventory? Okay. Get rid of that. I made a bunch of generators. If you run the gadget through AE2 wireless thing, have it use AE2. What do you mean by that? Let me see what this would look like. Okay, so again, it's just missing the farmland. It seemed to have got everything except the farmland. It didn't seem like it copied the... It didn't copy the... harvester pylon. You know how you set your wireless terminal through the antenna? Yeah, I do. So what, can I... What the heck? That's so crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Thanks. Alright, so first of all, let me undo this again. See, here's the thing. It's like, how important is this chest? I don't know, it gets pulled out so quickly, it doesn't even matter. Also, a list of all the blocks in the settings. Materials list. Oh, I see. So it's like trying to check like if I have the seeds or not, which I don't. So item pipe, it's looking for a netherite chest. It's looking for fertilized farmland, which I cannot have in my inventory anyway. I have to wait until... I don't know, can I swap out any of the blocks? Doesn't sound like I can. Which is like, it's not that big of a deal. It looks like it didn't capture the ender chest. I don't know, it's not the end of the world if I just need to, like, manually add some parts of it. Yes and no, you can get the XML or JSON and modify them. Yeah. But we don't like effort around here. Alright, so here's another thing that I find stupid about this setup. What? Why do we even need this chest? What? Why is this chest even here at this point? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, give me a second. Just bear with me for a second. It's like, I was like, this netherite chest is not needed here anymore. Yeah, all of this goes back into the Emmy system. I'm not afraid to just dump things into this ender chest. Oh, there was a slot missing the entire time. I thought I got them all. Alright, yeah. So, I'm honestly, I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna fucking do this. It is 9:45. I said that this stream wasn't gonna be as long as the other ones, because my intention was just to pass day 200, which I did. Oh, it looks like it actually placed the water. That's honestly kind of surprising. Oh, shit. Please fix that. Undo that. Get that out of here. That is not placed correctly at all. Wait, what? Yeah, they're separated by a boundary. There's like a one deep slate block that separates that will separate the two arrays. Okay, so it's supposed to look like this. Oh well. Give me a second. Alright, there we go. Why do you always make your room so freaking dark? I don't know. When we were doing these Minecraft streams, basically in the earlier streams when I was exploring the map a lot, I would always be staring at the journey map on the top right. But the thing is, my lamp, which I have still not bothered to move, is always it's always like right in my face as I'm staring at it. It's like trying to read something while also staring at the sun. So what I started doing was that I just started turning it, I just ended up turning off the light, and I just realized like, oh hey, I could just use the natural lighting from the monitor, and then I also just wear black. And then It looks like I'm just a floating head in the darkness. So close. I love the fight. Oh, you'd probably love the Infernum version of the fight. The Infernum version of Devourer of Gods is fucking crazy. Well, it's like, once you understand the trick, it's kind of like, the fight kind of becomes a joke. Okay, so let me make sure we don't miss anything here. In the beginning, I tried dodging it like Infernum, which is like, I don't know. It's like in Death and Revenge, or in Revengeance and Death mode, it's a bit more erratic. I don't trust that. Yeah. I was like, no, it's definitely just gonna place the block on top of it. And the last thing I want to do is waste farmland. Precious farmland. In Revengeance Death, I just run away. God damn it. Alright, there. But I learned that it isn't hard. Wait a second. Something's not right here. It was like a different type of farmland I used, wasn't it? It was something called wait. I was like, it just looks slightly different. Yeah, that's what it was. Or no. Wait, am I just like crazy? I was like, am I? No, they are the same. I want to say these are the same thing. I don't have an arena, so a weird arc attack is always going to hit me. That's how I get adrenaline. Okay, no, never mind. It's fine. I don't know. It's like when I look at it, it looks like slightly different. Yeah, I think we're fine. Super fun fight, though. Yeah, I like Devourer of Gods. But I do enjoy, I think I ended up enjoying Inferno mode way more, difficulty-wise. Alright, so now what we gotta do, we need to set this to 9x9. Place this ender chest on top. And now this thing should be ready for operation. Oh, I guess I should probably run this thing through the system, shouldn't I? Let me charge it first. Like, now that you've shown me that I can do that to building gadgets and whatnot. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, as long as you are connected to your EMI system, you can just, like, do that. This is considered hard. I guess you just can't beat it with your eyes closed or something. It isn't hard. I just need to get better muscle memory. I said, like, I just enjoyed it more. That's what I meant. Am I just... I just realized, like, I didn't have any deep slate brick. I want to try the others. Like Yaren and Calamitous? Yeah, you'll get there eventually. Alright, so how do we do this? I guess then we just shave off the corner. Gotta go? Alright, Lane. I'll see you later. Alright, so we can have a bunch of new crops. See you Monday? Yeah, I think I'll be doing Unity on Monday. I just need to prepare, like, more things that I want to add to the game. Because I want to say there may be... I think that game has probably got, like, 3 more streams or so. And, like, then it'll hopefully be in a state where I'm like, yeah, I think it's done. Because, like, I think, like, the more ideas we start throwing out at this Unity game, I think the more I was starting to kind of have, like, a scope creep. Where I was like, what do I want this game to just be able to do at minimum? And then when we get to that minimum point, that would be a good, like, spot where I can, like, kind of leave it where it is. But then we could probably just keep, like, revisiting it and adding shit to it. I don't know, I just want to make sure we get to a point where I can consider it finished. Alright, so we save a bit on pipes there. Deep slates, toss this away. So now we can, like, make even more seeds. Now, what else do I need to get done? So, power seeds, well, not all the power seeds have been made. It's the nitro crystals that are now kind of a problem. So, I can make nitro crystals. So, using the tablet, block a blazing crystal. I guess, like, I can make this myself. I'm not really sure why you would make a block of blazing crystal times 9. But I guess it's cool that you could make one. Alright, so let's do nitro crystal. So we add this, and then we bring this over here. So honestly, just make one nitro crystal. And then I'm just gonna have to end up canceling it, so it can get taken away. Because, like, that's probably really gonna confuse the crafter. Alright, so now we have 16 of these. Honestly, I guess, like, making a nitro crystal seed isn't... Well, okay, the insanium's the problem. It's like, if you get so many nitro crystals in one go like that, I could see, like, this wouldn't take terribly long. How about insanium? So you need 8 insanium. Which, honestly... Wait, essence. We have 2 of these. I don't know, let's bring them to the back. Because this is where I'm, like, automating all of this. Alright, cool. That made 1 more insanium. So we could make a nitro crystal seed and a nitro crystal crux. We want to have, like, infinite amounts of these. So what this is going to take, it's going to take a nitro capacitor. And then what we're also going to need is, which pack is this? This is all the mods 10. We're going to need 1 crux. So yeah, just give me 1. And then, like, we honestly could make a nitro crystal seed. Like, now that we've got this. So let's see here. How many nitro crystals would I need? You have to make 200. We have enough Insanium to finish the rest. Yeah, this is all the mods 10. I'm trying to make the star. Which, I don't know, like, I don't know if I'll automate the star, but I just want to make the star once, at least. Because I think I've played maybe 4 iterations of all the mods, and I've never really made the star. Because I think, I think, like, I get to a point where I'm producing a lot of stuff, but then I don't have the knowledge or intellect to kind of turn it into what, to turn it into, like, the items that are needed for the star. Okay, that is not enough. We need, like, 200 more. Yeah, this is nice. We can actually make this. Not going for the star bee? I guess that would be the only way you can automate the star, I guess. You would have to make enough Aldemodium stars to make a star bee. Or, I don't know, like, how many stars at minimum do you need? Like, I read a subreddit post that said 18, which I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, so you'd have to go through the process of, like, collecting all the specific items to make the star. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, how much easier just making the next subsequent stars? How much easier are the next subsequent, the creation of the, like, the subsequent stars after the first one? I guess it's like, what items are particularly annoying to get more of? What items are particularly annoying to get more of for the star, in your opinion? Alright, 48. That makes 4 of this. And then nitro crystals, you can just stay there. It's a different way of doing things. You kind of have to automate a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, it's like, there's a... I feel like, can everything in the Aldemod star that isn't part of, like, the B recipe, can all those items be automated? Because I feel like I've noticed some items where I'm just like, how the hell would I automate this? Well, I think, like, what was it? Which item was it? I saw... Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Okay. I saw this, and I was like, what is this item? Like, I see some stuff from Cataclysm, which I'm like, would I have to kill a boss several different times to keep making more of the star? Or is there a way to just get more of this? Like Witherite ingots. Is there a mob that I can farm this off of? I assume there's like a mob somewhere that I can maybe swab and just turn into like a mob spawner. I guess maybe that's a bad example. I was like thinking, is there a certain item where I truly can't? This Void Forge, I'm like, how the fuck do I automate this? But I just have to manually make this every time? Void Rune that comes from an Ender Golem, which I've yet to see. That's an enemy I have yet to fight. Can't remember, maybe you trap the boss in a jar and Drig Me farm? What the fuck? I've never heard of that. Drig Me farm it? I honestly have no idea. I've never heard of that. 1 second. So, we need Insanium. This is like one of the first Insanium tier items I've made. One of the first Insanium tier seeds I've made. Alright, here we go. Drink Me farm trades are a source for mob loot. Oh. That's really interesting. Alright, so we need to go underneath this thing. Oh, wait. I want to say we had a slot that we did not use on this side. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think this is the only slot we haven't used. I'm going to remove this temporarily. So put down a crux, and then... put this here. And then we need to repower this. Alright, cool. So this Nitro Crystal Seed is now part of the system. So yeah, I guess we can now say that's done. That's every power seed. That's every power seed. As far as I know. Unless it was like some other ingot that I didn't touch. Yeah, we've got all of them. So honestly, like, this is an interesting prospect. Like, what I've noticed here. What's your favorite illness? What the fuck? My favorite illness? Oh, if I want to talk about, like, the illness that... Well, okay, let's talk about, like, the illness I hate the most. Probably strep throat. Strep throat is fucking terrible. I hate it. That's an awful illness. Getting hit with strep throat is, like, the worst thing that could possibly happen to you. I don't know, if we're talking about, like, diseases. What kind of diseases do I find interesting? My personal favorite is furry disease because most of my friends started getting it. Oh, is it contagious? You think it's contagious? Are you having any symptoms? Do you start finding yourself sexually attracted to furries? Is it a contagious disease? Alright, so how about this? Nitro essence. So what is this? Solar panel nitro. Oh, wait, we'd have to make every single prior tier. God damn it. And then you have to make this. Alright, fine. I don't know, I was like, this seems like an interesting, like, new power source that we can use. So we should be able to make this. Which, like, we have plenty. And then, if we want to make... Yeah, this would allow us to make this. And then we have the basic, which we also have the materials for. Hardened. Which I'm noticing how goddamn difficult this would get. So it's hardened. They start changing their avatar to anthropomorphic animals, and frankly, I don't really care what they are. Yeah, I don't really care. It's like, I know my friend Nate, like, absolutely hates the furry community. But I'm honestly, like, very apathetic to them. I'm not into that stuff. It's not my fetish, personally. But as long as you're not, like, hurting anybody, or, like, doing anything actually bad. If you're not doing anything actually bad, I guess you can keep your fetish to yourself. Alright. So let's see, like, solar panel nitro. I think we can make, like, 4 of these. Holy shit. You see how much fucking lapis that takes? God damn. Not to mention, this is still trying to get through all the copper. This is still not gotten through all the copper. Alright, so those solar panels are out of the question for now. How's this looking? I mean, this buffer just continues to increase. I suspect your friend is gonna become one soon because I heard that haters become a lover. No, if you ever tell Nate that to his face, if he's ever here on stream, he would probably get so fucking angry at you. If you said that to him, he'd probably get so fucking upset. How much power does that panel generate? Apparently 50,000. 50,000 a tick. Yeah, 50,000 a tick. Max extraction, 200k. It can store 40 million FE. A few of my friends that hate furries are now furries themselves. Some refuse to admit it. Yeah, he could be closeted. He could be closeted. I don't know. I feel like it's like furry... What signifies as furry? How many anthropomorphic features do you add to a person before they kind of... Do you add to, like, an OC before that OC is considered a furry? Is it, like, if you put cat ears on, like, you know, like, in anime, how there are cat girls? It's, like, is that considered a furry, or is that, like, not... Is that more human than furry? Or I guess that, like, maybe it's, like, if they have more anthropomorphic features than human features, then I guess that makes them a furry. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't really study the logistics of... I don't study, like, the semantics of identifying furries. I have other things I spend my time with that are much more useful to me. That would provide me information. There's a furry chart that goes from, like, 1 to 10, and on one side you have human, other side is literally just a cat. Okay. But, like, actual... So what? Is, like, if you have, like, an actual cat as just 10... It's like humanoid-looking cats is like around like 7, right? Like just furry cats, they have like cat note. They look human, but they have like. It's like when you think about it, every character in the show Arthur is a furry. when you think about it. Like, they're all anthropomorphic. They're anthropomorphic characters that are just like, all the anthropomorphic characters in Arthur are furries. They're all furries. In all the anthropomorphic characters in the show Rupert, they're all furries. If like anybody's watched Rupert. I don't know, it's like Rupert's kind of a dated reference. I don't know if any of you are like old enough to know what Rupert is. I don't know, it's like I wouldn't put Rupert is just like it's about a bear named Rupert who just goes on like strange adventures. The PBS show, that was more of a Cubo show. Rupert was more with like Cubo. Yeah, PBS Kids had Arthur. But like Rupert was more something it's like Rupert I feel like even predates. I don't even know if like I wonder if like Rupert predates Arthur. I don't know. I would imagine I'm under the assumption that Rupert was like based off a book. I'm under the impression that Rupert was also based off a book like Arthur was. Yeah, it's like if you didn't have cable, you probably watched Cubo as a kid. Because Cubo, well, it was like back when like the big shift happened. And they said, fuck analog TV, you get yourself a digital box. Categorizing those shows as furries is an interesting way of thinking. I don't know, it's like, if you're an animal that's like, if you're an anthropomorphic animal that is meant to also be like depicted as a human, I guess you are a furry. I guess that is what a furry is. So technically Arthur is a furry. Technically Arthur is a furry. Technically. What else do I have in here? It's like, how much nitro essence are we getting now? We have like a lot of bronze essence all of a sudden. Yeah, look at that. 312 nitro essence. We have every nitro crystal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think like if I were to like view or admire any like pieces of like what is considered furry art on the furry chart, I don't know. I think I'd probably I don't think I'd ever go past 5. Most of that art gets kind of weird. I think if you go past 5, I think that if like we're talking about like the furry chart, I guess if you go past 5, I think that's when it starts to get weird. It's I think I'd stay in like the 1 through 3 range where it's like, you know, just anime cat girls and whatnot. Which apparently like I don't ask why like I searched this. I decided to look up where when I was like designing my world for the game that I was talking about, Star to Cell. If I called you a furry, would you mind? I guess like if I enjoy furry art on the spectrum from like 1 through 3, I guess maybe that does make me a furry. I don't know. Call it what you want. It's like when I was like thinking about creating like less humanoid characters for the story I was thinking of writing. I was thinking like, okay, what if like there were just casually girls with cat ears in my world? Like how would the reader react to that? How would like the player or the reader react to that? It's just like I decided to look up where anime cat girls came from. And apparently anime cat girls have like a much darker connotation from their origin, and then they just got kind of fetishized, if that's the right word. They just kind of became people's fetish as years went on, and the scary part of them and like the whole scary trickster part of them kind of disappeared. Because apparently like they're of like the kind of creatures that try to deceive humans and like to either like take shit from them or kill them. Enjoying art doesn't automatically make you a furry, but if you you imagine yourself one and make up an animal, then you are one. If you start dressing up in those furry costumes and going to those conventions, and you spend more money than you should on a furry suit, then maybe you are a furry. I don't know. I've heard those suits are expensive. So I'm just like, wow, that might be a very expensive hobby. So like, even if I was a furry, I'd probably be too broke to be one. I'm probably too broke to be a furry. Because apparently those fursuits might be pretty, like, expensive. Apparently those fursuits are expensive. It's like, I don't know where you have to go to, like, get one of them. You have to, like, what I imagine is, like, the John Wick scene in, like, John Wick 2, where he's shopping for a tuxedo. Where he's shopping for, like, a suit that he's gonna, like, take to the hotel for that one mission he had to do. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You know, in like John Wick 2, there's like a whole tactical shopping scene where he's looking for the right guns and the right suit. Fursuit are truly expensive. Yeah, that's how I like to think that they go to like a tailor and he specifically tailors fursuits, and he's like, how would you like the shoulders? Would you like the shoulders tighter? It's like, how would you like the sleeves and like whatnot? Like, imagine how much money do you think you make? How much is John a furry for his passion? Well, no, he just has a pet dog that died. That's completely different. That's completely different than being like, oh yeah, I'm like, I like making like sexualized humanoid versions of animals, which is like kind of weird. Which is like which is pretty damn weird. Which is pretty it is kind of weird. Sort by number of items. When did that change? Ascending? No, oh, my bad. A new side of John that no one knew. Alright, I also just noticed that this wall is not filled in. Why is that? One of life's many questions. Why did I do that? I guess I was meaning to add more Emmy drives. I don't know, like, now that I've got that done, I guess, like, the 4 times ore smelting is the only thing left I'd have to do, but I'm probably not gonna do it today. Because, like, it's past 10. Like I said, this stream was meant to be shorter than my other ones. Because I think, like, I was planning to make a 100 days videos for the 1 block videos. But I'm kind of behind on uploads. I'm kind of behind on my compilations. Because not only did I start making those compilations back in March, where DSN Live launched in October, but I don't like sexualizing anthropomorphic animals one bit, but it's just way too many bad guys in the furry fandom, way more than any other fandom. Yeah, that's the thing about the furry community. It's like kind of, there's like a disturbing number of awful people in it. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, there's nothing wrong with drawing humanoid art of like, like anthropomorphic art. There's nothing wrong with it. Like there's many like beloved pieces of media that feature anthropomorphic characters like Arthur. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like it gets weird. There's a certain part where it gets weird. And it's like you get to a subset of that community of like people who like drawing anthropomorphic characters where you get to the furry community and then you get deeper and then you find like the really really weird people. But you do find that in every fandom. You find that kind of stuff in every fandom. You find, like, some really, really weird people. Like, look at the game I'm playing. Minecraft? I don't know. There's, like, a YouTuber that gets outed as a pedophile, like, every year. And they just happen to hang around the Minecraft community. I don't know. I bet it's even worse if you go to Roblox. Yeah, okay. Oh, my God. I didn't even talk about this. One thing, I went to it wasn't really a family gathering. I went to a restaurant with my mom and my sister. And it turns out that, like, 5 people showed up to this gathering. And I don't know, they're like my distant aunts and uncles or great aunts and uncles. And I was like, the people that I would never know about. But apparently I'm remotely related to them. And, like, apparently, I don't know, like, I have, like, a very distant cousin who is kind of like an iPad kid. And he's, like, maybe 7 years old. And my sister was trying to, like, make any sort of conversation with him. And then, like, she noticed he kept playing on his phone, and she was like, what games do you like? And the kid didn't want to answer. And then the dad answers for him and says, like, he enjoys Roblox. And then my sister was like, hey, Danny, you like Roblox, right? And I said, fuck no. I was like, and she looked at me like, Danny, what the fuck? I don't know. I think she was, like, thinking, like, hey, Danny, this is, like, a perfect jumping in point so you can, like, have a conversation with this kid. And I was like, yeah, fuck Roblox. I'm like, yeah, no. I don't know. It's like, this kid was also... The freakiest thing about this kid, and I'm sorry I'm talking shit about my distant cousin here. He was watching a YouTube video at 2 times speed. And I was like, I can't believe kids actually do that. I was like, the kids actually do that. Like, I was like, there's no way your attention span is that bad. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe that. Like, I've never seen that out in the wild before. I might have seen, like, videos about it where it's like, yeah, people, like, watch videos on YouTube. I do that? That is kind of weird. I don't know. I can never do that. That would feel weird. It's like trying to watch a video in 2 times speed. Unless, like, the person's, like, egregiously slow. Unless it's, like, egregiously slow. Roblox have some really great games inside besides extreme brain rot. Well, yeah, brain rot and also blatant ripoffs. Like, you can find, like, a ripoff, like a Roblox recreation of Schedule 1 or Balatro. And the reason they do that to indie games is because they know they can get away with it. Like, if you tried to recreate a Nintendo game inside Roblox, that game would get taken down immediately. Roblox would take it down immediately. Because Nintendo would probably fire a cease and desist at Roblox. And then Roblox would be like, okay, we have to actually take that game down. Yeah, but most, like, you could find, like, almost a near like replica of Balatro on Roblox. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like, it's very, very scummy. Like the people that developed that, and Roblox doesn't care to enforce it. Because, I don't know, I guess maybe they make money off of it. But people talk so slow. Well, not everyone's like that. I don't know, maybe sometimes I don't, like, I'm not, like, paying full attention to the video. And I'm just like, okay, like, I can just have it on in the background. I've been in, like, this watch YouTube videos in the background while I do other things kind of arc. I don't know. It's like, maybe my attention span has gotten worse when I do that. Because before, I could, like, watch it, I could sit down and watch a YouTube video. But then nowadays, I'm working on other stuff while I have a YouTube video playing in the background. So maybe I do, like, have a slight more inclination for a higher level of stimulation. There isn't any Balatro game on Roblox out, actually. Oh, is there not? Because, like, that's what I saw in one video. It's either got taken down, or maybe the person was, like, making a joke. Because, like, there are some recreations of, like, other indie games on, like, Peak. Yes, there is. What do you mean? It's like, I want to say, like, Balatro, Peak, that game, and Schedule 1, I know most likely have carbon copies of it created in Roblox. 2 times speed would be tough. All these documentaries have empty atmospheric scenes that are just filler. Yeah, fair enough. So right now, I'm standing around just talking to you guys, and the reason for that is because this is probably the point where I start to wind down the stream. Because I think I'm done here. There is, but it's a joke bait game with free models. I see. I'd have to look again then. I guess, like, what I could do... I guess I'm gonna probably have to focus on, like, what's the best possible enchantment I can make with this. Schedule 1 has ripoffs? Yeah, it does. And, like, even one of the developers, like, there was, like, a developer of, like, a game called Drug Dealer Simulator who got kind of upset. Like, the publisher behind it, like, tried to go after Schedule 1, or tried to, like, copyright the idea of having a drug-dealing simulation game. And they were just like, nah, fuck that, you can't do that. Like, they just couldn't stand the fact that Schedule 1 was doing way better. The only reason I know that there are Balatro copies on Roblox is that, Mike's made a video with, custom Balatro mod that referenced it. Oh, okay. How's this? This buffer's getting even larger. Yeah, I think that's, I think this is where I can wrap this up. I'm a Roblox veteran for 11 years. I know everything about the platform. So we have 2 conflicting pieces of information. I don't know, Toastver has awoken nearby. Yeah, I think this is good. So, what do I intend to do in the next stream? I might take a small break from it. There is 81,000 lithium dust in the system. That is crazy. I might take a small break from Minecraft. Because this is like, now we're at day 2. We've broken day 200. Which I'm pretty proud of. But I don't know when the next Minecraft stream will be. I think I'll give a small break because I want to do more Unity. And I'll probably continue RimWorld because I don't know how much longer RimWorld will go on for. It's either I'll get bored of it or I'll just end up finishing it. Because, like, I don't know how much more is left that I have to do on RimWorld Odyssey. Because I think I'm still trying to collect the grav cores to go to the mech hive. And like, fight the mech queen. I don't know. I don't know if it's like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens first. I either get bored or I end up beating it. But, you'll find out. I think, like, that'll be Wednesday. I haven't been I didn't stream for the past, like, the last day because I was kind of tired. Not any Balatro copy games exist in Roblox besides the horribly made free model joke bait games. Okay. Just to beat masochist mode? I don't know. I could also decide to go back to that too. I think, like, I'm not sure when Terraria is coming back. Because, like, I think I just want to do an entirely different mod. Just to completely change things up. I don't know, we'll see. But anyway, thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you to my moderators, of which none of them are here. I think, like, when one of these, when RimWorld's done, I think Stardew Valley is gonna come back. I think I'm gonna do Stardew Valley Expanded. The Stardew Valley Year 2 video is still being worked on. It's not done yet. It should have been done, like, maybe a week, like, weeks ago or so. Because, like, I said that I didn't want to take longer than a month. Have a good one. Yeah, you too. I don't know, if you want to hear more about my ramblings about my upload schedule and shit I need to do, you can ask me on Discord. I don't know. If the Discord should be in the Twitch bio, you can find it on the YouTube channel. And you should maybe subscribe while you're there. Ooh. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.